bardziej skoncentrowany dzień na biznesie i konkretnych już rzeczach związanych ze startupami. Mamy nadzieję, że ten dzień sprawi, że wasze startupy się rozwiną, a razem z nimi wy będziecie każdego dnia rozwijać go jeszcze lepiej, jeszcze bardziej. No ale to zobaczycie, co się wydarzy w ciągu dnia i mam nadzieję, że te inicjatywy wam pomogą. Chciałbym powitać kilka osób dzisiaj. Przede wszystkim i na początku pana Marcina Sowę z Departamentu Innowacji Ministerstwa Rozwoju. Dyrekcję Instytutu Informatyki, w szczególności pana Marcina Smolira. Pana Piotra Przewrockiego. Pana Artura Ciszewskiego oraz Jeffa Burtona. Urząd Miasta Lublin, a w szczególności pana Arkadiusza Mikruta. A do zabrania głosu zapraszam pana Marcina Sowę z Ministerstwa Rozwoju.
Dzień dobry. Tak jak zostałem przedstawiony, Marcin Sowa, Ministerstwo Rozwoju, Departament Innowacji, Wydział Rady Innowacyjności. Nie wiem, czy same startupy są, czy potencjalnie same startupy, bo to zależy w takim razie, co powiem. Mam do przekazania wam serdeczne pozdrowienia od pani minister Jadwigi Emilewicz, która była zaproszona, miała być tutaj dzisiaj, spotkać się z wami. No niestety pani minister jest tylko jedna, obowiązków strasznie dużo, nie wszędzie może być osobiście, dlatego musi się posługiwać czasami nami, pracownikami. Natomiast bardzo gorąco i serdecznie wszystkich pozdrawiam, a ja mam nadzieję, że uda mi się przekazać parę informacji o tym, co robi ministerstwo i o tym, jak robi ministerstwo dla startupów. Jak powiedziałem, reprezentuję Wydział Rady Innowacyjności. Jest to takie nowe ciało w naszym porządku prawnym i administracyjnym. Skupia wszystkie najważniejsze instytucje w rządzie i koordynuje całą politykę innowacyjności. Ja mam zaszczyt i przyjemność być jednoosobowym sekretariatem zarówno Rady, jak i zespołu, który jest ciałem pomocniczym tegoż, a pracujemy naprawdę bardzo intensywnie. Dość powiedzieć, że mieliśmy w tym roku 3 spotkania Rady i 30 spotkań zespołu, każda środa 7:30 zaczynamy, co jest efektem naszej pracy, bo tak naprawdę nasza praca przekłada się później na rozwiązania legislacyjne. Zanim żeśmy zaczęli w takiej krótkiej rozmowie, próbowałem to naświetlić. 6 października Sejm przyjął na przykład tak zwaną małą ustawę o innowacyjności. Ustawa ta jest kolejnym znaczącym kamieniem milowym dla rozwoju firm innowacyjnych w Polsce, również dla rozwoju startupów, zapewnia pewne specyficzne rozwiązania prawne i finansowe właśnie dla tego typu firm. Udało nam się pogłębić ulgę podatkową na prace badawczo-rozwojowe do już takiego naprawdę zauważalnego poziomu 30% dla dużych firm i 50% dla firm mało i średnich. To są dodatkowe koszty, które firmy będą mogły sobie naliczyć i w ten sposób zmniejszą swoje należności podatkowe. To będzie specjalna ulga dla startupów, tak my to nazywamy na roboczo cash payback, polegająca na tym, że startup czy firma, która nie ma jeszcze na tyle dużo przychodów, żeby mogła skonsumować ulgę podatkową, będzie mogła odzyskać tą jakby należność, którą mogłaby oszczędzić w formie zwrotu gotówkowego od aparatu skarbowego, czyli, że tak powiem, rzecz naprawdę do zastanowienia się. Ale udało nam się na przykład przedłużyć obowiązywanie tejże ulgi, to znaczy te dodatkowe koszty będzie można naliczać nie przez 3 lata, a przez 6 kolejnych lat. licząc na to, że wówczas przychody w firmie będą na tyle duże, żeby poziom tej ulgi skonsumować. Łatwiejsze będzie zakładanie firm, na przykład przez naukowców, bowiem będą zwolnieni od podatku dochodowego, jeżeli aportem wkładają do firmy pewną swoją wiedzę i rozwiązania. Do tej pory taki aport własności intelektualnej był opodatkowywany. Cała trudność polegała na tym, żeby wartość tego aportu dobrze wyliczyć i była to jedna z przyczyn, że na przykład młodzi naukowcy, doktoranci czasami woleli nie zakładać tej firmy. Teraz będzie to dużo prościej. Jest tam również zawartych szereg rozwiązań dla instytucji naukowych dotyczących zarządzania mieniem tychże instytucji. Także ten efekt naszej pracy będziecie mogli Państwo, mam nadzieję, w ciągu najbliższego miesiąca przeczytać w Dzienniku Ustaw i prowadzący firmę naprawdę powinni się z tymi rozwiązaniami tam zapoznać, bowiem one są, duża z ich część jest szykowana właśnie dla startupów. Oczywiście kolejne prace, które w ramach Rady i Zespołu prowadzimy, polegały między innymi na mapowaniu, na zbieraniu wszelkich uwag z rynku, ze świata administracji, ze świata inwestorów kapitałowych, ze świata naukowców, ze świata instytutów naukowych. Zebraliśmy je w postaci tak zwanej Białej Księgi Innowacyjności. Nie jest to rzecz wymyślona przez administrację, czym byśmy się chcieli zajmować przez najbliższe 2 lata, bo to nie na tym polega. Każda z tych instytucji, czy każda nawet osoba fizyczna miała prawo przez 4 miesiące bodajże zgłaszać swoje wszystkie uwagi, które według niej co należałoby, co można by zrobić, żeby innowacyjność w Polsce poprawić. Myśmy te wszystkie uwagi grupowali, przepisywali na język urzędniczy, na język prawny, grupowali później według ważności, konsultowali ze wszystkimi zainteresowanymi. Wyszedł dokument liczący ładnych parędziesiąt stron do obejrzenia na stronę Ministerstwa Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego. Natomiast na dzień dzisiejszy to, co zostało w tej Białej Księdze Innowacji zapisane, przekładamy już na język prawniczy i te rozwiązania między innymi znajdą później swój końcowy wymiar w projekcie kolejnej ustawy, tak zwanej dużej ustawy o innowacyjności, którą chcemy, żeby weszła w życie z początkiem 2018 roku. Czyli tak naprawdę kolejne pół roku to będą bardzo intensywne prace nad kolejną ustawą, jeszcze bardziej pogłębiającą i jeszcze bardziej, która ma stworzyć jeszcze lepsze warunki do prowadzenia działalności innowacyjnej w Polsce. Druga noga, na której opiera się departament, w którym mam przyjemność pracować, to są kwestie związane już z rozwojem i ze wsparciem rozwoju młodych firm poprzez wykorzystanie funduszy europejskich. Zapadła decyzja na początku roku, że powstanie jeden tak zwany parasolowy program o ładnej nazwie Start in Poland, który ma na celu stworzyć taki ekosystem dla startupów, żeby firmy na każdym etapie swojego rozwoju, od samej idei, od wystrzału poprzez rozwój czy ekspansję, żeby miały zapewnione środki nie na funkcjonowanie, ale właśnie na rozwój, na ekspansję. Większa część tychże środków będzie przeznaczona na instrumenty finansowe. Jesteśmy w środkowo-końcowej fazie przygotowywania tychże instrumentów. Pierwsze konkursy mają szansę ukazać się dla instytucji kapitałowych pod koniec ubiegłego roku. Będzie to program Starter. Natomiast na dzień dzisiejszy to, co już zostało uruchomione i co startupy w bardzo bliskiej przyszłości będą ewentualnie mogły już wykorzystać. Otóż w połowie lipca tego roku został uruchomiony pierwszy komponent programu Start in Poland o nazwie Scale Up. Komponent ten prowadzony jest przez Polską Agencję Rozwoju Przedsiębiorczości. Jest to komponent, który bezpośrednio dotyczy akceleratorów, czyli instytucji mających na celu, oczywiście we własnym interesie, ale mających na celu rozwijać startupy i doprowadzić ich do takiego stadium, można powiedzieć, używalności przez rynki kapitałowe. W tym momencie zgłosiło się do tego programu 62 instytucje, które chciałyby przy współpracy z dużymi spółkami, to są spółki zarówno prywatne, jak i spółki duże Skarbu Państwa, które będą chciały taki akcelerator prowadzić. My jesteśmy w tym momencie na etapie wyboru tychże akceleratorów. Zostanie wybranych do końca października co najmniej 6. W listopadzie zostaną podpisane z nimi umowy. I w tym momencie pod koniec roku, ale pewnie bardziej prawdopodobnie na początku przyszłego roku, te wybrane akceleratory rozpoczną akcję poszukiwawczą na rynku startupów, które mają już jakiś sprofilowany produkt, coś co można pokazać, coś co w ciągu roku czasu można doprowadzić do fazy takiej sprzedaży. Natomiast te akceleratory nie będą na ślepo poruszały się po rynku, one będą ściśle współpracowały z tymi dużymi spółkami, firmami, z którymi mają podpisane umowy, czyli jakby ich łowy na rynku będą mocno sprofilowane. Natomiast dzięki temu chcemy również osiągnąć dwie rzeczy. Chcemy rozwinąć same startupy, chcemy rozwinąć instytucje akceleratorów, ponieważ widzimy jeszcze tutaj w Polsce braki, ale to co najważniejsze, chcemy zmeczować duże firmy i startupy, po to, żeby startupy nauczyły się jakby tworzyć i pracować pod konkretne zapotrzebowania, czasami również tak się da, ale ważniejszy jest ten element z drugiej strony, żeby duże firmy nauczyły się wykorzystywać startupy i korzystać z rozwiązań, które można znaleźć w małych firmach, bo czasami nawet wielkim molochom nie opłaca się czegoś robić samemu, dużo prościej jest to zlecić na zewnątrz, a przy okazji można wychować sobie startupa, można wychować sobie partnera, czy można, że tak powiem, zaciągnąć z rynku to, co jest najlepszego ku korzyści własnej firmy. Także mam nadzieję, że dość krótko naświetliłem to, co Departament Innowacyjności robi, czym również ja się zajmuję. Mam nadzieję, że informacje, które przekazałem, w jakiś sposób zainspirują Was, wskażą, że tak powiem, że są możliwości. Te możliwości będą z początkiem przyszłego roku jeszcze większe. Uruchamiamy naprawdę bardzo duże programy finansowania startupów poprzez różnego rodzaju instrumenty finansowe. Ich nazwy się nie zmienią, to będzie biznes, to będzie starter, to będzie fundusz COFI, to będzie fundusz Otwarte Innowacje i to będą fundusze Bridge Alpha, czyli cały spektrum instrumentów finansowych, które będą inwestowane w startupy, w młode firmy, naprawdę na każdej fazie ich rozwoju. Dziękuję pięknie za uwagę. Do zobaczenia.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Chciałbym jeszcze pozdrowić wszystkich, którzy są z nami online. Mamy streaming, więc można też nas oglądać online na YouTubie. A przed nami pierwsza prelekcja, wyjątkowy gość, naprawdę wyjątkowy. Chciałem pogratulować Wam, że zrobiliście pierwszy krok, czyli przyszliście na Lublin Startup Festival, a teraz zapraszam do kolejnego kroku, czyli do zapoznawania się z inwestorami, a jeden z nich, bardzo wyjątkowy gość, pan Piotr Przewrocki. Zapraszam.
Bardzo dziękuję za te dobre słowa. One na pewno są na wyrost, ale postaram się, żeby nie zmarnować Państwa czasu. Wczoraj parę osób chyba zniechęciłem do siebie podczas sesji prywatnych, kiedy pracowaliśmy nad Waszymi projektami, ale to nie znaczy, że Wasze projekty są zupełnie bez sensu, tylko że warto je rozwijać. Mi się strasznie podobała prezentacja, która przed chwileczką była tutaj przedstawiciela ministerstwa. To przynajmniej ja tutaj osobiście, że warto, my tutaj kibicujemy Państwu bardzo mocno w tych zmianach, bo to jest rzeczy, których do tej pory chyba nie robiono na taką skalę. Więc fajnie by było, żeby się to Państwu naprawdę udało. My trzymamy mocno kciuki. Jesteśmy u pani Emilewicz, przepraszam, nie u pani Emilewicz, tylko u Luizy, Emilii, tak, dokładnie, Pietraszkowskiej w poniedziałek z Jeffem na audiencji, że tak powiem, więc będziemy kontynuować rozmowy. Ja może przejdę szybko do rzeczy, bo moja prezentacja jest dzisiaj tylko raptem 20-minutowa. Postaram się nie zanudzić. Jak Państwo wiedzą, ja reprezentuję QBN Fund. To jest też taki fundusz parasolowy do innych funduszy. Jednym z takich funduszy, który działa tutaj lokalnie na terenie Lublina i jest Martek Fund. Mateusz jest zaangażowany w ten projekt. Chcemy to zrobić inaczej niż do tej pory. I jednym z tych elementów inaczej jest forum o otwartej innowacji. Chcielibyśmy, żeby Państwo się w to włączyli. Chcielibyśmy Państwu powiedzieć, co to jest forum otwartej innowacji, w jaki sposób chcemy je wykorzystać do absorpcji projektów, ale przede wszystkim chcemy zmienić paradygmat, którym funkcjonujecie, ten model, w którym funkcjonujecie. Generalnie startupy myślą o tym, że przyjaciele, kilka osób wpada na pomysł, tak, i go zaczynają realizować. No i później spotykają mentorów, oni pomagają, dochodzą do jakiegoś etapu, że mają prototyp, szukają finansowania, a w międzyczasie mniej więcej tak wygląda. No i ten popyt przez rynek zgłaszany jest dopiero weryfikowany na etapie, no już ktoś spędził rok, półtora nad jakimś projektem, wydał sporo pieniędzy, albo przynajmniej poświęcił sporo swojego czasu, czyli wydał pieniądze, no i powstało coś. I teraz będzie to konfrontował z rynkiem. A możemy to zrobić trochę inaczej. I dzisiaj zajęcia będą o tym, jak można to zrobić inaczej. Chciałem Państwa zaprosić na prezentacje, które mają przybliżyć w bardzo krótki sposób i przystępnie, jak sądzę, czym są otwarte innowacje i jak takie forum można prowadzić. Czy ktoś z Państwa wie, co to jest otwarta innowacja? W jaki sposób te otwarte innowacje mogą być wykorzystywane? Ktoś z Państwa wie? Zostałem upoważniony przez Mateusza do przyznania nagrody. Można sobie wybrać nagrodę. Nie ma złego odpowiedzi. Już dzisiaj Pan Ministerstwa do tego nawiązywał, więc warto było słuchać. No dobrze. No więc, a gdyby tak, właśnie nie wymyślać w zaciszu domowym i rozwiązywać problemy, które wydaje Wam się, że istnieją na rynku, tylko posłuchać firm, korporacji, dużych, tutaj wspiera to ministerstwo, trochę mniejszych i średnich, co ja do Państwa bardzo zachęcam, i znalezienia problemów, z którymi oni się faktycznie zmagają, a czasem nawet ich nie adresują. W tym celu należy wyjść z domu, poszukać firm, które mogłyby z Wami porozmawiać, nad czym pracują, jakie są ich obszary problemowe, w jakiej branży działają, poznać lepiej branżę, a wtedy otworzą Wam się klapki w głowie i zaczniecie szukać rozwiązań dla tych problemów. Nagrodę przyznaję sobie. A ja Państwu pokażę może dobry przykład, w jaki sposób można mówić o otwartych innowacjach. To nie jest mój film, ale dobra, już ogarniam, już.
Innovation is the key to the future. To manage innovation, companies judge projects on their technical and business merits, on ever stricter criteria. This is a ruthless process in which many great ideas are generated at first, then nurtured, and in most cases, abandoned. Only a limited number of projects finally emerges from the product development funnel. These survivors are often too slow to really impact the market in today's fast-moving world. So how to speed up innovation? First, starting with the end in mind is essential. A clear focus on the anticipated business position is often the best basis for driving an innovation strategy. Second, it pays to look outside one's own organization, finding others with exactly those skills, market knowledge, or technology that can help move the projects forward. This is called open innovation. Instead of the solid walls of the product development funnel, the open innovation funnel has permeable walls. Information and ideas flow in and out. Be it at the start of a project with just a fuzzy idea, or further on. The necessary skills may well come from outside. result, a greater chance of success. And it all happens much faster. There are lots of ways to accelerate innovation through this open mindset. For instance, by collaborative research with universities, scientific institutes, suppliers, customers, and even peer companies. Licensing in is another vital aspect of open innovation in gaining access to intellectual property generated by third parties and accelerating product development. Why reinvent the wheel? Spinning in is the art of identifying fitting products or PMCs in other companies. An added advantage is that this way teams of very knowledgeable people are brought into one's own organization. Then there is venturing. Investing money in companies active in the core fields of interest is a good way to explore new markets and technologies, and an excellent starting point for advanced strategic relationships. And one can go beyond that by teaming up with complementary businesses to form a joint venture. Or even acquiring entire companies. By merging two successful organizations, the sum will generally be more than the parts. The key to these processes is intellectual asset management. Patents, trademarks, and other intellectual property rights protect products, technologies, and services. They're the best bargaining chips and are key in value extraction at the negotiating table. In a fast-changing world with huge challenges, innovative speed is crucial. Technologies, patents, and innovations that appear less strategic to one company can be vital to another. Proudly found elsewhere. That's the new mantra of open innovation. Take pride in collaboration and partnering. Together, we can make things happen. Open innovation. The fastest way to a better, brighter world. For people today and generations to come.
Teraz ja już dalej nie umiem przełączyć. Dobrze. To była taka zajawka propagandowa. Generalnie chciałem, żeby Państwo wiedzieli, ten film miał pokazać, o co naprawdę chodzi w otwartych innowacjach. Mamy firmy, mamy przedsięwzięcia, mamy instytucje publiczne, które borykają się z konkretnymi problemami. I przedstawiciel takiej firmy powinien tutaj wyjść i powiedzieć: proszę Państwa, mam takie i takie problemy. Jak myślicie, że to się zdarza? To się nie może zdarzyć, dlatego że nikt nie powie, z czym ma problem, ale może powiedzieć, czym się zajmuje. Jaki jest jego biznes, jakich składa się elementów, z jakich schematów gotowych, jaki jest przepływ informacji. I w toku takich rozmów z przedsiębiorcami, czym się zajmuję od 13 lat, nie wiem, Państwo wiedzą, że ja kiedyś byłem naukowcem przez krótki okres czasu, przez kilka lat. No później to zrzuciłem i zostałem przedsiębiorcą, ale jakby zostały po pierwsze kontakty z branżą naukową, że tak powiem, no i przede wszystkim zostało zrozumienie tego, czego możemy oczekiwać od naukowców, czego absolutnie nie. I już wiemy w toku naszej pracy z Jeffem od kilku lat, że naukowcy są bardzo błyskotliwymi ludźmi, którzy mają świetne pomysły, ale zupełne niezrozumienie potrzeb biznesu. I to, czym my się zajmujemy, to jest łączenie tych dwóch światów. Dla Państwa też jest to szansa, aby wykorzystać te pomysły, znaczy tak naprawdę problemy, które zgłaszane są przez świat biznesu do realizacji swoich startupów. I możecie to również robić we współpracy z nauką. Mało tego, nasze projekty, które robimy z Uniwersytetem Jagiellońskim, bardzo często dotyczą właśnie takiej współpracy, że studenci są włączani w spin-offy uniwersyteckie, albo przynajmniej w projekty, które w jakiś tam sposób wywodzą się z projektów uniwersyteckich. Dlaczego? Dlatego, że nie wszyscy naukowcy chcą zakładać firmy, o czym była mowa, ale to nie znaczy, że te pomysły muszą leżeć w szufladzie. Mogą je wykorzystywać inni ludzie, a naukowcy mogą czerpać przychody z na przykład opłat licencyjnych. Oczywiście nie o tym jest ten wykład. Tutaj miał być prezes firmy Etoto ze mną, mój przyjaciel, który zajmował się zarządzaniem dużymi instytucjami finansowymi przez lata był w zarządach dużych banków. No ale niedawno jego przyjaciel, jeden z bogatszych ludzi w Polsce, przejął firmę gamblingową, zakładów sportowych. Ja wiem, że to nie jest popularny temat, ale no Polska na rynku światowego zakładów sportowych niezbyt się liczy. Niezbyt się liczy z kilku powodów. Po pierwsze mamy kilkadziesiąt lat zapóźnienia, po drugie mamy nieprzychylny system podatkowy. To znaczy mieliśmy, bo teraz się on od stycznia zmienia. No i nie będzie można na przykład nielegalne będzie granie poza granicami kraju w obstawianie zakładów sportowych. I to zmieni wszystko, bo do tego dojdą blokady systemowe, techniczne. Co ciekawe, jak się dowiedziałem, bo to zupełnie nie moja branża, ja nigdy nie byłem graczem. Okazało się, że większość ludzi w Polsce, którzy grają, to są ludzie w wieku od 16 do 22 lat. Oczywiście 16-latkom nie wolno grać, ale to nie zmienia faktu, że grają. Natomiast czy wy gracie, obstawiacie zakłady sportowe? Aha, okej. Bo ja nie wiedziałem, że to dotyczy głównie ludzi młodych. Proszę Państwa, ponieważ nie ma ze mną Wojtka Michalskiego, pokażę Państwu coś o jego firmie, którą zarządza i który mnie upoważnił do tego, żeby Państwa zaprosić do współpracy w formule Otwartej Innowacji. Proszę Państwa, to jest zwykłe zakłady sportowe, online i offline. Ale to, do czego doszliśmy wspólnie, bo on do mnie przyszedł i mówi: Piotr, jak się zajmujesz innowacjami, my nie będziemy nigdy największą firmą zakładów sportowych na świecie. Ale czy ty możesz nam pomóc, żeby szybko urosnąć? Ja mówię: słuchaj Wojtek, wy nie będziecie nigdy największą firmą, ale że możecie być najbardziej innowacyjną. Ale musicie się otworzyć na to, że przyjdą młodzi ludzie i wam pomogą rozwiązać problemy, wymyśleć rzeczy, których w ogóle wam się nie śniło, w obszarach, których nigdy nie myśleliście. I ja co tydzień, tak jak pan o 7:30 spotyka się ze swoimi współpracownikami, ja mam w piątek w Warszawie co tydzień spotkanie o 14:00 z Wojtkiem, w tym tygodniu mi się nie uda. I wymyślamy, co tutaj zrobić z tą jego firmą, która rośnie bardzo szybko, ale nie tak szybko, jak mogłaby rosnąć. I proszę Państwa, przedstawiam Państwu Etoto, czyli firmę zajmującą się zakładami sportowymi i zapraszam do współpracy. Co moglibyście zrobić? 3 rzeczy, jak ustaliliśmy. Tworzymy generalnie prywatny akcelerator dla fintechów, do którego zaprosiliśmy 3 duże firmy finansowe, ale niestety na razie tylko jedna wyraziła zgodę na upublicznienie tej informacji, 2 jeszcze są w grze. Nas interesują 3 obszary pracy. Chcielibyśmy projektów, które wykorzystują virtual reality w zakładach sportowych. Nie wiem, czy wiecie, ja na przykład nie wiedziałem, ale ludzie obstawiają mecze sportowe podczas ich oglądania. Więc jeżeli macie pomysły na to, żeby na okularach, na goglach wyświetlać film, jednocześnie znaleźć narzędzie do obstawiania w trakcie emisji, jesteśmy zainteresowani rozmową o takich projektach. Nie wiem, czy wiecie, ale duże zagadnienie związane z gamblingiem, czy w ogóle z zakładami sportowymi na świecie dotyczy rozliczeń. Są one kosztowne, przepływy finansowe są między krajami bardzo mocno monitorowane i są bardzo w związku z tym kosztowne. W związku z powyższym chcielibyśmy zaprosić ludzi, którzy zajmują się blockchainem, czy w szczególności bitcoinami, do współpracy z wykorzystaniem wirtualnych walut, czy właśnie do takich celów. No i trzeci obszar, który nas szczególnie interesuje, to jest wykorzystanie sztucznej inteligencji, czy algorytmów uczących się w zwiększeniu sprzedaży produktów hazardowych. Więc jeżeli Państwo chcieliby w tych 3 obszarach do nas się zgłosić, to serdecznie zapraszamy. Każdego chętnie wysłuchamy i pomożemy udostępnić nasze zasoby, dostęp do bazy klientów, jednej z największych firm zakładów sportowych w Polsce. No i przede wszystkim obiecuję Państwu, że zarząd jest bardzo zainteresowany tym, co przyniesiecie. Na razie nie mamy żadnych publicznych środków. Nawet wiedzieliśmy, że można, ale na pewno się będziemy o tym myśleć, żeby stworzyć akcelerator może większy i lepszy. Na razie jest to mała rzecz w Warszawie. Chętnie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Pracujemy nad takimi rzeczami, pracujemy z naukowcami Uniwersytetu Jagiellońskiego również nad innymi projektami, więc to nie jest tak, że to jest ostatnia rzecz, którą do Państwa przyjadę. Mówiliśmy z Mateuszem, że będziemy przyprowadzać do Państwa dużych, grubych prezesów, różnych firm, którzy będą opowiadać, czym się zajmują. Żaden z nich nie powie, że ma jakiś problem, ale to już Państwa rola, żeby w tych ich opowieściach znaleźć te problemy. Bardzo dziękuję za rozmowę.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Przed nami kolejna prelekcja, kolejne wystąpienie żywej legendy. Więc zapraszam na scenę Jeffa Burtona z Electronic Arts. Zapraszamy.
Thank you and good morning. I want to put a slideshow up here and back up just a little bit, still talking about the convergence of technology and industry. And I'll start with a sort of the background of how this kind of evolved in Silicon Valley, because it's crucial to what has made Silicon Valley and what and certainly what it is today as well. It started in a large way with Stanford, and of course the way the university was founded, or the purpose of Stanford's initial founding, what played a big role in kind of establishing the development of Silicon Valley. And that the purpose of the university, as you can see, let's see if I've got a pointer here. Okay, its object of when the university was founded by the Stanford family in 1891, they set up its object to qualify its students for personal success and direct usefulness in life. Now, I have not run across another university in the United States or in Europe whose purpose in its founding was to qualify its students for personal success and usefulness in life. Usually it's to do research or to teach or to educate people, but because this focus was on qualifying students to be successful rather than teaching them something specifically, or doing research, or even really having the objective of the university be to increase the benefit of the society or something like that. This was a very specific purpose, and I know I'll tell a kind of a couple of personal items. I was an undergraduate at Stanford, and in my second year, I went to Stanford in Italy. That was in 1969. Now, since 1960, Stanford had 5 campuses in Europe. This one happened to be in Italy. This is the villa that Stanford occupied. That's where I lived, and studied Italian, and so now I do speak Italian. But at one time, almost half the student body at Stanford went to an overseas study center. And now they've developed it's evolved into a program with about 25 centers around the world. So that Stanford has always had this emphasis on bringing its students to a much higher level for them to be able to succeed personally. I also was able to go to and spend time in Africa. I think last night I was talking with some of the people here about spending time in 1971 doing research in Africa. Well, that was facilitated by Stanford's attitude that every student should be able to do whatever he or she can to help themselves be more productive in life. So that whole attitude of Stanford has just sort of permeated the Silicon Valley, because so many people that remain in Silicon Valley started at Stanford, but it was all a very personal endeavor, facilitated by the university. Also, you have to back up to, well, Stanford was started in 1891, but I want to go through some of the early kind of firsts that occurred in the Bay Area. One was this, the first mountaintop observatory in the world was in 1887, and that was that observatory is in San Jose. By 1906, at Stanford, Lee DeForest invented the vacuum tube, which was a major breakthrough. By 1909, Charles Herald started the first radio station in the United States, and that was in San Jose, which is part of Silicon Valley. I don't know if you all know how it's formed, but it's all around the San Francisco Bay. San Jose is at the base, the bottom of the bay. San Francisco is at the top of the bay. By 1917, in Napa, Magnavox was founded. Now, Napa is not in the Bay Area, but they quickly moved to the San Mateo area, which is in the Bay Area, and they invented the moving coil loudspeaker. As a matter of fact, by 1972, the Magnavox was the first company to produce a home video game console. It was called the Odyssey. You probably hadn't heard of it, but they did that initially too. 1927, Philo Farnsworth was inventing the first broadcasting station in San Francisco. 1939 is when HP was founded, and HP made this audio oscillator, which was a very scientific instrument. But what was kind of interesting about and different about their invention was the fact that early on, one of the first users was Disney. Walt Disney used the audio oscillator in his cartoons that he did early on, and so it's one of the first examples that I know of a high technology piece of equipment being used in a kind of consumer oriented company, and that has just always been a combination that Silicon Valley has supported and encouraged. We'll move on to 1956, and what William Shockley invented the transistor and started making chips with his Shockley Transistor Corporation. It was in Mountain View. From that, and that was sort of generated by the whole attitude and atmosphere that was sort of begun by a professor at Stanford named Frederick Terman, and he was dean of the engineering school. And one of the things that he did in the 30s even, and 40s, but mostly after World War II, because the U.S. government was pouring money into the Stanford and Berkeley campuses to do research, and yet Dean Terman was the sort of mentor to David Packard and Bill Hewlett. And what Dean Terman decided to do in the kind of late 40s was, for all the professors in the engineering department at Stanford, he required that if they wanted to have tenure, do you know what tenure is? It's a lifetime appointment for a professor. In the United States, that's what the objective of every professor is to gain tenure, because then they can never be fired, and they have an income for life. That's supposed to protect them from being swayed politically and all that kind of stuff. But that's the way it works. And what every university I know of that requires in order for professors to gain tenure is for them to do basic research and then publish their results. So public publishing, it was a big part of it. There was a phrase called let's see, publish or perish was the phrase. If you didn't publish anything, you could never become a tenured professor. All right, so that was the norm from the early stages of education, of higher education in the United States for professors. Well, Dean Herman decided that what he was going to do with engineering professors was that he would, instead of having them publish in order to do research and publish in order to get tenure, he told them that if they wanted to obtain tenure at Stanford in engineering, they would have to take a leave of absence and go start a company. And he guaranteed that he could get them funded for a company that has some idea in the engineering field of any kind. It could be anything. But he wanted them to spend at least a year or two starting a company. And he would get them funded through the government, is how that ended up working. But then they would be eligible to return and then be able to gain tenure as a professor, but only after they had started up and run a company. So that was a revolving door into the private sector for all the professors in the engineering department. And that made a huge difference, because professors who came back after having started a company had a totally different attitude toward how they were going to deal with instructing, being a professor, instructing students. Basically, they knew what it took to be successful in business, or to fail in business, because a lot of them did that too. But by the same token, a lot of them, because they were doing interesting, creative things from engineering, made a lot of money on the companies that they started, and became quite well off. So being a professor at Stanford in the engineering department had some real benefits, and still do. Although that's not the policy anymore. You don't have to leave and start a company anymore. But Fred Terman had that be his policy during his tenure. And so what the sort of the evolution of that, what happened as a result of that, was that people that had been influenced by Fred Terman, like David Packard and Bill Hewlett, when they started Hewlett Packard, which was a really large computer technology company, and then they turned to printers. I'm sure you all know HP. Have you heard that name? Well, so one of the policies that Bill and David implemented, and they ran the company for many years till the mid to late 70s, and one of their policies was that of course, they attracted engineers all the time. That was who they primarily hired, was engineering students, people with degrees in engineering. And their policy at HP was, if you were an engineer and had an idea for a company or product, then Hewlett Packard's policy was that you would be allowed to, you could leave Hewlett Packard. They wouldn't pay you while you were gone, but what they would do was guarantee that if you decided to come back, they would hire you. They wouldn't hold your job open for you. You might have to return to a different job. But the policy was, if you wanted to try going out and starting a business, they wanted you to do that, and still give you that sort of safety net of always being able to return to Hewlett Packard to be employed there. So that was a major kind of engine generating engineers that wanted to go off and try their luck at starting a company, see if they could do it, because they always knew they could go back to Hewlett Packard. I'm talking about thousands of employees. Well, as it turns out, that has ended up being not necessarily the explicit policy of companies all over Silicon Valley, but it ends up being the implicit one. Google is a good example. I was talking with one of the Google executives at a lunch a few months ago, and I asked him, how do you compete and gain employees, new engineers, because they're hiring them all the time. And there's a shortage of the best engineers, and of course, as that would be always the case, be shortage of the best. But he said, you'd be surprised to learn that the highest number of people that we hire these days are former Google employees. So while they don't have a policy that they will guarantee you a job if you leave Google, it turns out that lots of people do leave Google to start up other companies, and yet because of the statistics of how many people can really succeed in their own company, a lot of people come back to Google, and Google hires them because once you've made it into Google as an employee the first time, if you leave, they're much more inclined to hire you again if you want to re-enter, because they already have gone through the process of vetting you for a position at Google, which is very hard to obtain anyway. But once you've been through that, you can leave and come back multiple times. And so that's the highest number of people that they hire are former employees. But that sort of ethic has run through the developments of the relationship between science and industry in the Bay Area. And I think that's very important. One of the things that Piotr was saying was this business of the idea of open innovation. And the sort of, he's not the grandfather, but the guy that has done a lot of work and has a lot of, has published a lot of books. He's a professor at UC Berkeley. His name is Henry Chesbrough. And he says he coined the phrase open innovation. He wrote a book called Open Innovation. And so that's been a fundamental part of what goes on in Silicon Valley as well, because large corporations who come there, they're just structurally, it's very difficult for a large company like Intel or Cisco to really be able to handle the speed and the freedom and the experimentation that it requires to really produce some brand new product or some peripherally interesting to them but necessary to them product that solves the problem they have. They just don't have the mentality once they're a huge corporation with thousands of employees. It's very hard for them to be flexible enough to allow the kind of freedom that's needed to be a startup internally. So they actually do. Henry Chesbrough is a good friend of mine, and he's giving holding conferences and doing consulting with large companies all the time on the very subject that Piotr was talking about, and that you saw in that video, which is, large companies these days, they are looking for startups, for people that companies that they can merge with or buy the IP rights from, or because they know they don't have the structural ability to create innovation internally very easily. So they have to go outside to do that. It's a very common thing, and as sort of proof, maybe a proof of this is that now that in the U.S., one of the ways that startups would provide themselves exits, which of course we did at Electronic Arts, was to have to conduct a public offering. In other words, to sell stock to the public in what was called an initial public offering, which is an IPO. But the circumstances for us were good for that, and lots of startups did succeed that way. But over the last decade or so, maybe maybe 2 decades, it's been much harder, much more difficult for startups to have an IPO, just because of the financial and stock market conditions. And so what has provided exits for startup companies largely now comes from being purchased by a larger company. And so if you look at who's buying small companies, how are companies gaining exits, it's the majority is by by acquisition. And I don't have the graphs, but certainly the largest acquirers of these startup companies now are Google and Facebook and some of the big companies there, Intel, Cisco. They are on, it looks like just a rampage of buying companies, but they buy thousands of companies every year. Not all of them buy thousands, but certainly Google does. So that's the way that companies cash out, if you will, in the U.S. now, in Silicon Valley, is through these large corporations, and that's really one of the pieces of or results of the whole open innovation movement. Companies realize they can't do everything internally, and so they are always looking for companies that they can acquire. Of course, in the 60s, we had the space program. In 72, Nolan Bushnell founded Atari. 76, Apple. And 82 was Electronic Arts. And of course, the interesting, well, not the interesting, but certainly something that is important is that by the 2000s, with the internet, and certainly since 2007 and smartphones, the iPhone, there's now billions of people that are available as part of the market. People ask me all the time, is it too late to start a company? I mean, to do a startup? And my response is, there's never been a better time in my lifetime to start a company than right now. I mean, you have billions of people in a marketplace that you can reach easily and inexpensively, and to whom you can really deliver some value. And 35 years ago when we started Electronic Arts, we had just a few million customer potentials because there were only a few million computers that were out there, and we were doing software for computers. That was a tough time compared to now when you have, and we had to go through retail and do packaging and shipping and all that stuff. And now with the internet and maybe 5 billion people that have potential connection to the internet, it's the best time in the world to do a startup. So the connection between a system of research and development and commercialization of products has never been stronger. When I was the executive director at UC Berkeley's accelerator called Skydeck, we had we had about 30 companies during the 3 years that I was there, maybe 40, but at least 10 of them were companies that were founded based on the research by a professor at UC Berkeley. And each one of those companies got acquired by a larger corporation, because the larger corporations would come to the accelerator to hunt for some maybe esoteric product from a company that was founded by a professor based on that professor's research. So it's an active thing that goes on both at Stanford and Berkeley, and there are some fairly standard bases for professors and universities to be able to convert their ownership of the intellectual property to a commercial entity as a sort of standard percentages or income streams that are expected from within the university systems. and they sort of copy each other. Stanford sort of started it, and Berkeley copied what Stanford did in terms of setting the limits and expectations for how you compensate professors in the university for the initial IP rights. And it only made what the reason that some professors do go start companies at accelerators is that they can get a much higher value for their IP if they've gotten some kind of company going. Then the large corporations will pay more for it because it's more developed than just standard research out of the university. So that ends up being the model that is used in Silicon Valley all the time, and it's just a thriving community where startups are really providing the sort of the innovation capacity for large corporations as well as for the general public when it's appropriate, and it isn't always. But anyway, that's kind of how, with this long history of innovation in the Valley and people's turning that into commercial success, is how it's evolved to what we have today. And there's no reason that model can't be replicated in certain pieces that make sense in other countries, and especially in Poland, where the activity is increasing all the time. The innovation is quite well developed. The education is high, and there are corporations who, I don't want to say this in a negative way, but I think particularly in the large corporations I've met and talked with in Europe have even a more structured, more difficult, impermeable exterior or even structure internally, infrastructure, that's harder for them to find innovation capabilities inside. So they're starting to turn outside to look at how can they bring in new companies that fit with what they're trying to do, with the models there, with the direction that they're heading, because they all know. This is one of the things that's said by venture capitalists all the time in Silicon Valley, is that big data is disrupting every single industry, and will continue to do so. So they have to have the ability to in order to survive. They're going to be disrupted by small companies who are using big data unless they can gain that capability themselves, and they don't know how to do that. So it's a ton of opportunity for startup companies in this realm today. So I thank you for letting me speak today, and I appreciate it.
Przed przerwą kawału tylko wspomnę, że na drugim piętrze można pograć na konsolach. I to takie szybkie pytania na pewno się przyda przed przerwą kawową. Jak się nazywa firma, którą założył Jeff? O, mam tylko jedną paczkę. Okej. Mam kolegę, który był na samej górze, mam do Ciebie prezent. A teraz zapraszam wszystkich na przerwę kawową około pół godziny, więc zapraszam 40 minut.
Take the dough and beat it. I never leave without finishing my drink.
Years go by, you all do the same thing. Gun in that drawer, knife in that back, fucking line. You dirty double-crosser.
There's nothing here to wake up for. I talk no more, I sing no more, don't function like I did before, because she doesn't live here anymore. She hardly calls at all. Now when she's gone, I find myself lost, staring at the wall. I drink again, I smoke again. There's no one here to call my friend. I swear again, I'm mad again, so troubled since I don't know when, because she doesn't live here anymore. She hardly calls at all. Now when she's gone, I find myself lost, staring at the wall. She doesn't live here anymore. She hardly calls at all. Since she's been gone, there's nobody here to catch me when I fall.
Zapraszamy do zajmowania miejsc, bo już za chwilę zaczynamy. Okej, zatem możemy powoli zaczynać i będę miał kolejne pytanie. Jeszcze kilka osób widzę, że wchodzi, więc zapraszamy, bo już zaczynamy. A będziemy teraz opowiadać o Imagine Cup. I pytanie, czy są na sali osoby, które nie wiedzą, co to jest Imagine Cup? Okej, super. A czy chciałbyś się dowiedzieć o Imagine Cup? Nie wiem, czy kolega się tylko zgłaszał, szukał koleżanki, czy na pytanie? W zasadzie tak. Okej. Więc jeśli Cię to interesuje, a bardziej zmotywuje jeszcze do kolejnych poszukiwań, powiedz mi, jaki masz rozmiar koszulki? L, M czy XL? Elkę? No, bluzy są troszeczkę większe, ale masz ode mnie koszulkę. Uścisk dłoni za to, że przyznałeś się, że nie wiesz, a koszulkę za to, że chcesz tą wiedzę poszerzać, więc gratki. Nie sztuką jest wszystko wiedzieć, sztuką jest szukać informacji, szukać wiedzy i do tego, aby tą wiedzę pozyskać, pomogą Wam dwaj nasi prelegenci, Bartek, Pietraszek oraz Kuba, Pastuszuk. Zapraszam.
Dziękuję. Cześć, ja jestem Kuba, a to jest Bartek. Jesteśmy Microsoft Startup Influencerami, czyli takimi osobami, które biorą udział w czynnym programie ambasadorskim Microsoftu. I naszym zadaniem jest wspomóc Was, studentów i startupy, w Waszej ścieżce, w karierze Waszej i w startowaniu w Microsoftowych konkursach.
Jeżeli chcecie wystartować, macie jakiś startup, zapraszamy do udziału w konkursie. Jest to największy konkurs akceleracyjny dla startupów, dla ludzi, którzy mają innowacyjny pomysł na rozwiązanie jakiegoś problemu, który istnieje, który dotyka czy to małej grupy, czy to większej. Także zapraszamy do udziału.
Tak, nazwa konkursu to Imagine Cup i każdy z Was może w nim wystartować. Możecie się zgłaszać do 8 stycznia i są w nim 4 kategorie.
4 kategorie, tak. Pierwsza z tych kategorii to jest Innovation. Musicie znaleźć jakiś, czy musicie, jeżeli macie jakiś projekt, który jest mocno innowacyjny, bierzecie udział w tej konkurencji, kategorii. Druga kategoria to jest Games, trzecia to jest Smart City. Czwarta kategoria to jest World Citizenship. Z czego Smart City jest kategorią lokalną, czyli występuje tylko i wyłącznie w Polsce. Pozostałe 3 kategorie są globalne. Czyli najpierw bierzecie udział w akceleracji lokalnie, bierzecie udział w finałach w Polsce, następnie po wygraniu tych finałów w Polsce udajecie się do Redmond, gdzie odbywają się finały globalne, czyli przyjeżdżają wszyscy uczestnicy, wszyscy finaliści, którzy wygrali w każdym kraju członkowskim tego konkursu. I tam odbywa się to w siedzibie Microsoftu.
Tak, może brzmi to dosyć groźnie, jakieś finały za granica, lecz Imagine Cup w zamyśle ma być też bardzo dobrą zabawą. To właśnie na tym konkursie macie się też nauczyć, w jaki sposób stworzyć startup, ponieważ mówi się, że startup to jest skalowalność, to jest poszukiwanie modelu biznesowego, ale tak naprawdę dla Was na samym początku startup to jest jakaś idea, którą posiadacie w głowie, jakiś pomysł na biznes, jak to zrobić, a właśnie takie konkursy jak Imagine Cup, uczestnictwo w nich, wyjazdy na finały, mają wprowadzić tą właśnie skalowalność, naukę modelu biznesowego i to właśnie tam macie szansę się nauczyć, jak to zrobić dobrze, nie popełniając błędów.
Tak, to jest idealna możliwość do uzyskania nowych kontaktów, poszerzenia swojej wiedzy, tak jak Kuba wspomniał na temat, co to jest skalowalność, bo może macie pomysł na biznes, może macie jakiś pomysł na rozwiązanie problemu, ale nie macie kompletnie pojęcia, jak biznes prowadzić, bo tak naprawdę startup zaczyna się w momencie, kiedy połączą się 3 osoby. Osoba techniczna, osoba, która potrafi zarządzać finansami i osoba, która zna się na marketingu. Tak? Bez tych 3 filarów nie da się wystartować z firmą. Można mieć ideę, która nie wystartuje. Ale jeżeli połączą się te 3 filary, dopiero wtedy możecie coś większego osiągnąć.
Dokładnie. I właśnie Imagine Cup jest taką szansą na połączenie tych 3 filarów. To właśnie tam osoby techniczne, wy informatycy czy my, spotykacie osoby zajmujące na co dzień się biznesem, marketingiem, dowiecie się, w jaki sposób można przełożyć to, co potraficie stworzyć, swój produkt na jakiś model biznesowy, bo często jest to bardzo rozbieżne. I właśnie tam możecie też sięgnąć darmowych porad osób, które naprawdę tam były, finalistów poprzednich lat oraz innych osób, które czynnie biorą udział w tej konkurencji.
Tak, dobrym przykładem na to, że sam start w tym konkursie nie jest tylko po to, żeby go wygrać, jest nasz przyjaciel, który wystartował 2 edycje temu, nie wygrał tego konkursu, nie wygrał tej edycji, zajął jedno z czołowych miejsc, ale nie udał się na finały do Redmond. Ale dzięki jego determinacji, dzięki znajomościom, które tam nawiązał, wystartował ze swoim biznesem, znalazł ludzi, którzy będą to z nim prowadzili. W tym momencie zatrudnia prawie 30 osób, ma swoją firmę, prowadzi innowacyjne projekty, także możecie się spełnić nawet nie wygrywając w tym konkursie. Jest to na pewno szansa, z której trzeba skorzystać.
Dokładnie, a gdy nie jesteście jeszcze pewni swojego udziału, w każdym momencie możecie podejść do nas, napisać, później maile podamy, ponieważ my jesteśmy właśnie takimi osobami, które mają wam pomóc w wystartowaniu, w zebraniu też zespołu. Jeżeli jesteś osobą, która poszukuje zespołu albo ma ideę, a nie ma zespołu, to będziemy starać się wam pomóc tak, żeby was połączyć. Już nieraz bardzo ciekawe miksy wychodziły i bardzo ciekawe pomysły dzięki takim działaniom.
Tak, jeżeli na przykład chcecie wystartować z tym pomysłem, a nie macie na przykład gdzie to robić, my jesteśmy w stanie udostępnić Spark, to jest oprogramowanie udostępnione przez Microsoft dla osób, które nie mają jak prowadzić, jak robić swoich pomysłów, tak? Chcą napisać kod, nie mają do tego urządzenia, nie mają do tego studia, tu możecie dostać na przykład Visual Studio w ramach tego programu.
Dokładnie. Spark jest tak naprawdę takim bardzo kompleksowym programem Microsoftu, rozdawanym startupom i w nim zawierają się praktycznie wszystkie produkty Microsoftu, których można używać w celu stworzenia własnego biznesu, stworzenia swojego startupu, modelu biznesowego. Jest tam też chmura, hosting, gdzie możemy stworzyć na przykład pierwszą stronę. Jest dostęp do platformy Pluralsight, gdzie naprawdę są profesjonalne kursy, które potrafią wyszkolić do takich konkursów.
Co więcej, może jakieś pytania związane z konkursem? Czy ktoś ma?
Tak? Masz jakieś pytania?
Nie macie pytań. A kto chciałby wystartować w konkursie?
Czy ktoś chciałby?
Liczyłem na więcej chętnych, nie ukrywam.
Proszę się nie wstydzić.
Nie wstydźcie się, nie bójcie się. To jest szansa, z której warto skorzystać. Nauczycie się czegoś nowego na pewno. To są niezapomniane przeżycia. Jedziecie później do Warszawy, spotykacie ludzi z całej Polski, dowiadujecie się od mentorów, co jest złego w waszym pomyśle, jak to naprawić, ewentualnie, że to jest fajne i że bardzo chętnie w to zainwestują. Dlatego skorzystajcie z tej szansy.
Dokładnie. Plus oczywiście świetna zabawa, bo to, co ma tworzyć ten Imagine Cup, to tak naprawdę więzi międzyludzkie, dobrą zabawę, bardzo dobre pomysły i właśnie chodzi o to, żeby to zrobić w takiej naturalnej, zabawowej atmosferze.
Tak. Jeszcze mam jedno pytanie. Chce ktoś koszulkę? Kto? Kolega. Jaki masz rozmiar? Teraz coś znajdzie. Nie ma elek, to później się zgłosisz, to ci coś dam. Jaskę? Jaski szyb. Też nie ma. Kto zgłosisz się później? Mamy w pudełku.
Oczywiście, jeszcze chcielibyśmy wam zaprezentować taki filmik podsumowujący poprzednią edycję Imagine Cupa, żebyście zobaczyli, jak to wyglądało od naszej strony uczestników.
Witamy Państwa bardzo serdecznie
na finałach krajowych Imagine Cup 2016.
jak wyglądała właśnie ostatnia edycja Imagine Cup?
Tak jak już Kuba wspomniał, rejestrować się można do 8 stycznia 2017 roku, więc jest jeszcze dużo czasu, żeby zebrać grupy, zebrać pomysły, przyjść do nas, my podpowiemy każde pytanie, chętnie rozwiejemy wszelkie wątpliwości, odpowiemy na te wasze pytania. Pomożemy wam dobrać zespół, pomożemy rozwinąć waszą ideę. Jesteśmy do waszej dyspozycji, po to jesteśmy.
Dokładnie, naprawdę, nie bójcie się, bo to jest bardzo ciekawa przygoda i warto wystartować. Polecam. Dziękujemy bardzo.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Raz słyszałem, jestem, super. Chłopaki wspomnieli o 3 filarach, tak? Dla przypomnienia, bo to są jakby kluczowe rzeczy w każdym startupie, a przede wszystkim w startupie, który chce osiągnąć sukces, który jest w stanie osiągnąć sukces. Więc mam pytanie, jaki był pierwszy filar? Ale proszę, techniczny. Super? Smaczne? Ja próbowałem, bardzo dobry, polecam. Okej, no to mamy pierwszy filar, jest to filar techniczny. Proszę naszych jury tutaj o poprawność, sprawdzanie poprawności odpowiedzi. Totalizator, tak? Lektura. Drugi filar, jaki był drugi filar? Tak?
Finansowy.
Finansowy. Super. To mam dla Ciebie też Majkołaki. Proszę. Ok. Więc mamy 2 filary. Pierwszy techniczny, drugi finansowy i trzeci marketingowy. Proszę. A, ten uśmiech, widać, że lubisz Majkołaki, co? Proszę bardzo. Okej, super. Zatem porozmawialiśmy o Imagine Cup, to teraz zapraszam na kolejną prelekcję. Przed Wami Stephan Muehlemann. Wielkie brawa, proszę.
Okay. Good morning. So probably I stand between lunch today, but that's okay. So you have to bear with me for about 1 hour. So I've been here 12 months ago, so that's why I call this 12 months. My name is Stephan Muehlemann. I'm Swiss originally. I live currently in Sofia in Bulgaria, where we have one of our offices. And I'd like to spend some time explaining you what it actually feels like to run a startup in full progress. So about 18 months ago, we have decided to open up our own startup after our previous startup went bankrupt. So our previous startup, we worked in a cloud company, which went bankrupt because they ran out of cash, number one. And there are a couple of other reasons. So mistakes made by the technical team. After burning about 10 millions, the product was not ready. So we actually never had a really sellable product, and our cost was way too high. So we couldn't really compete with the market. That's, by the way, learning. I'm going to talk about that later on. The real learning about margin. So when you open up a startup, think about margins. What we do today, we provide XaaS, so structured, mostly cloud-based advanced services. This sounds maybe a little bit cryptical, so if you're interested in it, talk to me later on, and I give you one-on-one session on what we actually do. The picture here has been taken actually a couple of days ago, but I went back to the place because I wanted to see how it looks like. Then on the 1st of May 2015, we have decided to go to Warsaw for 1 month. We rented a loft in one of the suburbs in Warsaw because we wanted to work, in peace. It's one of the things when you are in your daily routine, it's very difficult to actually do something else, think of something different. So we really wanted to get away from things. So we moved out of Switzerland and we went to Warsaw for 1 month. We had a lot of fun. We've seen a lot of bars in Warsaw, but we also worked a lot. We worked on a business plan, we developed our products, and we really made sure that we had something to show to our investors, which partly include ourselves, but partly we also have outside investors. We have founded a couple of companies with about €500,000. We invested so far. We have companies in Poland, actually in Lublin, we have a technology park here, in Tallinn, in Estonia, in Bulgaria, and in Switzerland. Who of you guys have ever set up an own company? Hands, please. Okay. Yeah, there are a few. That's good. So you know. Setting up your own company is really different. And when we hire people, now the team is growing by about 1 to 2 per month. But before that, when you start, you are on your own. Yeah, you are literally on your own. And I've been working for large companies before. I worked for IBM, I worked for Dell. And you have a team, right? You have always a team who supports you. But when you really start your own company, there is nothing. It's just nothing. There is no website. You actually don't have computers sometimes. So you are really on your own, and you need to have this kind of self-starter personality. If you don't have that, you're going to be in trouble. So that's actually really important. You will have experience very difficult tasks, and we did, trust me. We had discussions, even fights at 3 o'clock in the morning in a loft, about what we actually wanted to do, about products, about strategy and stuff like that. So this is normal, it has actually to happen. And there are a couple of other really interesting things. It is a black box, so... Oh, it's because... Yeah, that's the book. It's okay. Looks much more impressive as well. When you work on your own company and you never really know what's coming out at the end of the day. That's one of the interesting things. Even the products, even the strategy of the company changed, I would say, about 3 times over 1 year. So also this is very normal. So all these guys who have their own company, they know that. Things change. So our first idea actually was cloud, hence we worked in a cloud company before. And we worked for a couple of months on the cloud topic, and then we realized that we cannot compete. We looked at how the global market is developing in this kind of industry, and if you really compare the big ones, they will press you out of the market in no time. So we started to do our calculations, and we said, you know what, we can't compete with the big ones. And the market is going to be further pressurized. It reminds me a little bit, a small detour here in terms of cloud. Cloud reminds me very much the classic hardware industry where prices really go down and down, and that's something we currently see in the cloud business. So for the ones who want to move into cloud in either IaaS or PS or stuff like that, I think about it twice. You really need a lot of money to do that. We worked on the cloud thing for a couple of months. We even had contracts, so we won actually first customers, so we had actually letter of intents with customers. But then we said, after all, do we make money with it? Probably not. So probably not, and we thought about something else. And then we moved into more classic outsourcing business. And as we were working on the business plan for outsourcing, we realized that what we do is actually not outsourcing. So although on our website, if you check our website, there is still a tab which is called outsourcing, what we actually do is different. What we do is XaaS. So XaaS is a really different animal. We strongly believe XaaS is going to change the way every company is doing business in the future. It will affect especially SMBs, so small and medium-sized businesses. So that's actually where most of our customers come from. Speaking of customers, we are still burning money as I stand here today, but not a lot. That's the good news. We invested about $500,000, and probably this December is the first month we're going to make money. And let me tell you one thing, a couple of weeks ago the first time I wrote a large invoice for the customer, 57,000 euros per month of a running fee, and that's actually nice. You know, I never thought how nice it would be to write invoices like that, but it actually is nice. Yeah. So we have customers, which is a really good thing, and you know, in a way, we knew when we started the whole thing, we knew that we would have customers because we did some research. Yeah, so please, when you start your own company, check before if actually somebody is going to buy that. You know, because sometimes you think, yeah, what we do is really cool, but then you do it and you realize, oh, it's either too expensive or nobody wants to buy it. So it would be smart if you check with friends, with customers you'd like to have, and with companies if they would actually be interested in buying this stuff you're planning to do. We have done that quite extensively for many years actually, you know, so the idea of ramping up a startup is not new. So we had this idea for a couple of years, so we have done it now. It's the first time we do it. Well, it's the first time we actually own it, yeah. So that's different. We worked for startups before and we had a small share, but it's very different when you own the majority. I call the second piece, it's a box of Pandora, because when you open it, you never really know what's coming outside. And you're going to be so surprised what kind of challenges and problems are going to emerge when you set up a multinational company with branches in different countries. I never thought, well, I kind of guessed it or I feared it, but setting up a company in 4 different countries, Switzerland not even being a member of the European Union, has proved to be so complex in terms of legal stuff. You know. So we spent, especially at the beginning, so much time with lawyers you cannot imagine, and they actually like to send us big invoices. Yeah. Honestly, I underestimated the legal stuff. I really did. I knew, yeah, it's there, and yeah, we need to do it, etc., etc. But it takes so much time and it costs so much money. Yeah. So think twice if you would set up the company at the same time in different countries. I think today we will be a bit slower on this one. Yeah. But we said, yeah, let's do it in one go, and we did. And after all, it has been proven to be successful. But it costs always more than you think. You know, no matter what kind of business planning you're going to do, you realize stuff is more expensive. I would say for us, I was wrong by about 100%. And let me tell you one thing, we really spent a lot of time doing business planning, but still then we underestimated the cost. We underestimated also the time to market, actually. You know, so we thought we'd be profitable a half a year earlier. And everybody tells us, are you crazy? You know, 18 months, so after 18 months you're going to be profitable. And you're making money, that's fantastic. But we thought we were very smart and we said, yeah, it's going to take us a year and we're going to make money. No, so it's always going to take longer, always takes longer, always costs more money. So think about that. You will be needing always more time. So, you know, if you can't survive 2 years without really making money, it's probably not going to work. Yeah. So you need to have a breath for about 2 years. And yeah, you need to have some cash. So if you don't have a couple of €100,000 to invest, depending on what you want to do, obviously. But if you want to go in the tech industry, and we are in tech, we are not really IT, because we are rather a processes company rather than IT. However, if you're in tech or tech related, you simply need some cash, yeah, because stuff is expensive. Our office in Sofia, our main office, we have about 600 square meters. So yeah, we have a big office. It's top modern, also important. IT costs money, yeah. You need to have laptops, you need to have insurance and all that stuff. So it's always more expensive than you think, let me tell you that. Yeah, when we started, we said, you know, let's have a company. We were starting actually in 2, so my co-founder and myself. And over the course of 12 months actually, when we did the first wrap up about in May, last May 2016. We changed a few times. So, you know, this is something, it will happen all the time, you can't avoid it, it's like that, you know. So, you know, people try to avoid change because they say, we do like that and it's going to work and we don't have to change like that. Forget it, you know, forget it. And yesterday I spoke to a gentleman here, is he here? Where are you? No, he's not here. And we talked about risk, we talked about risk. And you know what? Most people never open up their own company. Why not? Why not? Why don't they do it? So either you don't know what you want to do, that's one option, but a lot of people have some ideas. I think most of you will actually have some ideas. Well, I hope so. You know, you have some ideas, but actually few of you guys who sit in here will ever open his or her own company. Why is that? Because you fear to fail and you fear the risk to change and you think you're so comfortable in what you're doing and you want to work for a large company and blah blah blah. Yeah. So we try to avoid risk in all our life. You know, everybody of us has insurance, has health insurance. Everybody has health insurance. Yeah. But at the end of the day, if you think about that, you know, we had exactly this risk discussion yesterday. What is the risk of doing something against not doing something? And you know, I'm a bit older than you guys. I'm actually 45. And when I started to work in Switzerland back at this time, I started to work in banks. Yeah, obviously, being Swiss, work in banks. It was such a different time, and you went to work in a bank, in a large bank, and most likely the course or the normal course was you stayed in that bank for 10, 20, 30 years. And I'm pretty sure, I'm not that sure about the Polish situation back in the 80s, it was a bit different. But when you look at the 90s, so when you had the change, when the Soviet Union collapsed, and everybody tended to stay in large companies for a long time. And I worked for Dell for 12 years, so I worked for a long time for Dell. But at some point, let me tell you something, that everything is changing. And I guarantee all of you, the kind of period you're going to work for a company is going to be shorter than it used to be 10 or 20 years ago. So this is something which I really see coming. There are a couple of good things about it and a couple of bad things, but you will probably not going to spend your whole career in one company. And you know what? I think it's good because it will make you so slow if you do that. You can do that if you work for the government or stuff like that, because they don't really need to perform. Yeah, it's like that. But if you work in a company, you should change after some time because it becomes slow mover. Yeah. So yeah, the point is the biggest risk is actually not doing something. And just try. You know, at the end of the day, what can go wrong? Yeah, you know, you can lose. In the worst case, you lose a year of your life because you worked on a project and you invested some money. But if you look at it from a longer perspective, in 20, 30, 50 years, most of you are going to be between 70 and 90 years old, yeah, or reach this age. And if you look at it from this perspective, when you're 60, 1 year you spent in a startup and you try to do something, doesn't matter. No, not at all. So yeah, I think try to do something and follow your ideas and your dreams here. You can't actually do so much wrong, you know. If you really like it, do it. The picture is not that sharp, but it's actually our office in Sofia when we had one of our many office parties. And you know, it is relatively easy to work with a co-founder because it's actually the guys you work with for a long time and you trust them and you share the same vision and blah blah blah. That's relatively easy. what was really difficult to find key talent. So how do you find key talent as employees? And I'll give you a very funny example. It's actually a real life example. It happened to me 3 weeks ago. So I hired a CFO, finance director, CFO. She was a young lady, she was 30 years old. Top education, master of finance, PhD, etc., etc. She worked for one of the big ones in international finance. They are the big fours, you know, the ones in finance. She works for one of the big fours. And I spent really a lot of time with her. I explained her what we do, and she has been in our office for a long time. I met her for coffee on Sundays, you know, so I really spent a lot of time with her because the CFO in a startup, by the way, very important, yeah, because you're going to screw up your finances otherwise. So yeah, we thought we did everything. Yeah. We talked to the headhunter, you know, the headhunter did background checks, etc., etc. So she started on the 1st of September. Well, actually, I think it was the 3rd of September, it's Monday. Anyway, she started at the beginning of September, and Monday, we had lunch together, and on Tuesday morning, 24 hours later, she comes to my office and she says to me, you know what, I cannot do that, I need to leave. And I said, why? And she said, you know, it's much more work than I thought. And on Monday, I spent a couple of hours in the office with her and explained her, you know, what our key priorities are in terms of finance, which was, by the way, setting up an employee stock plan, moving the holding company from Tallinn to Bulgaria, which we're going to do now, bringing the corporate finance in order and stuff like that, you know, and actually then the closing of the year for the different companies at the end of the year, at the end of 2016. So more or less for a CFO, standard stuff. Yeah, for her education, to be honest, relatively easy or at least manageable. But she couldn't do it. She was not the type. That was really interesting. That was really interesting for me. You know, we said, so we did everything. We really checked a lot of candidates, and we thought we have chosen the best candidate. But she failed because of personality, character. I don't know what it was. So this brings me to the next point. How do you find talent? And when you're in a startup, we are looking for very different people than normal companies. We try to avoid mainstream people. And you know, that's a big word because actually 90% of people are mainstream. And it is not so sexy to be mainstream anymore. You know, back in the 80s it was sexy, now it's not. So everybody wants to be cool and independent and individualistic and stuff. Most people are not. Most people are mainstream. Mainstream people don't fit in startups, and this sounds a bit evil maybe, but it's the reality. You know? And when I look into in our office, we have maybe one person, and we call her the good soul of the company because she kind of avoids that people go crazy. But all the rest, they're really guys who don't function in large companies. They don't function in classic work environments, but they work in a startup. So that is, the profile is so different, and we work actually currently on a process how to avoid people who don't fit our company. So I thought, you know, 3 years ago I applied for Google because a friend of mine worked for Google and he wanted to bring me in. So I did all these tests at Google, and I asked myself, they do so many tests, they have so many questions, etc., why do they do that? Actually now I understand. Because they want to minimize the risk of hiring the wrong people because it's so expensive. For the CFO, I lost 3 months. Yeah, we were sourcing for 3 months, and because of losing this time, yeah, you know, we have delay. We have delay in actually moving our holding to Bulgaria. So I hired another one now, by the way, and he is a perfect fit. And that's, by the way, you know, listen to this. It will never be wrong. When I talked to this lady the first day, I thought, she's very nice, she's very smart, blah, blah, blah. But somehow, yeah, on paper, it looks fantastic. But I don't have the best feeling of all. although she was absolutely perfect. So this guy, different story. This guy, yeah, said, yeah, you know, very, very easy to talk to him. And he lives currently in Mexico. He's the CFO for a movie, so he's a CFO of a movie production company. And he actually comes back to Europe to work for us. So yeah, look for people which are really aware of what's going on in the startup company. The difference is so big, let me tell you that. You know. I remember, you know, the first couple of weeks, we were in the office, a really big office, completely empty. So you literally sit on a bunch of boxes. And we didn't even have phones, by the way. We didn't have phones. Well, we had our mobile phone, but we didn't have phone. We needed to use the internet from our mobile phone because we didn't have connection yet. So yeah, you really start literally out of boxes. So yeah, if you do stuff like that, you need to have special people. Not everybody functions like that. Today, you know, that's once you have certain size, people want to work for you, and in Sofia, people want to work for us. So that's actually quite nice. We also have speeches. We meet people from universities, from the government, and that's actually quite good. So once you have a certain size, people also find you. Yeah, you don't need to find people all the time. So people want to work for you. But it's more a matter of finding the right people. When we place a job ad, for example, we get between 300 and 400 replies for one job ad. So that's a kind of a challenge for us to streamline the CVs. By the way, everybody who hires a lot of people, you know how much time I spend on a CV? Because we get so many CVs? 30 seconds, maybe even less. I just check a couple of keywords. If there is no picture, by the way, I delete it immediately. I delete all CVs with no pictures. So, yeah. If you have no picture, you really have something to hide. So, I checked a couple of keywords, and if I think, okay, that's a fit, I invite the person. However, we also invite people who are who have a bit CVs which are different, you know. So please avoid the kind of standard CVs if you want to work for a startup. You really need to stick out, because otherwise you are kind of submerged in a mass of other people and everything looks the same. So yeah, when you send your CV to the post, you know, it is your CV and you're very proud and stuff. But think about it from the other side. They see 300 CVs like that, one like the other. You know, so you need actually to look just for a couple of keywords, key elements, and then you take a decision. Yeah, that's the nice thing about working in a startup. This is really nice because we do quite cool things. So we have a fantastic office, really nice, and because we can decide everything on our own, there is nobody who tells us what to do or not to do. So we decide everything. If we want to have a sofa, we do. I bought a very large stereo system. You know, I like stereo systems. I bought clips from the US of this size that will be in the office next week. Actually, they arrived. So you can do stuff like that. Why do we want to do stuff like that? Because there is no reason why you should be working in an ugly office. You know. So please if you create an office, make it like a place for home. We did actually our own lamps because I didn't like the standard office lamps. Although they're nicer than these ones here, but they're still classic office lamps. So I wanted to have floodlights, you know, which go to the ceiling. So we actually had a guy developing our own lights, and for the ones who are interested, we actually start to sell them because the guy who owns our building, he's an Italian guy, and he trades furniture, and he's seen our lamps, which are pretty good, and they're laser welded, so they're really high precision stuff. And he said to me, you know what, are you going to sell them to me? Can I sell them? So we actually turn it into a business. So we make lamps, we make XAS, and we make lamps. So yeah, make it a nice place. You will meet a lot of interesting people. And you know, even though I worked for Dell, I was a director for a long time. And yeah, I met the usual managers of big companies, etc. But now, since we're on a startup, actually we meet ministers, we meet prime ministers, we meet ambassadors. I never met so many important people so easily in my life as now. Why is that? You know, the reason is very simple. They somehow understand that startups hopefully create jobs in the future. So they all want to have interesting startups in their areas. And also they realize that it is somehow the future. Now if you have large companies, yeah, you know, you have the classic bell curve. A company starts very small, gets larger, larger and larger. At some point it dies. And every company dies. Let me be clear. Yeah, I actually can't think of any company which survived for 500 years, apart from the church. Church is maybe an exception. But every company dies, and you know what? It's fantastic. Because if not, you would have 3 companies in the world who own everything. And that would be a horrible world. So yeah, you know, you grow, you start to have success, but at some point you start to become slow, you start to make mistakes, and you're going to be out of the market. And it happens to actually every company, every large company, past a certain stage, or past a certain phase. So yeah, it's a kind of the standard juvenation process of the economy. You have small companies, they get bigger, you know. They eventually become slow and they die, and it's a circle of life. Speaking from a company perspective, it's stretched. So they're actually in theory much slimmer than they look. Well, at least Vera is. You know, Christo is not that slim. You know, he's watching on live view, by the way, so probably will hit me when I come back. When you do this, they are employees, so they are not co-founders, and also the other ones. And yeah, you have a couple of goodies. They have a good salary, by the way, you know, compared to the rest of the market down there. But that's not all. So there are a couple of things you need to do to actually keep the people happy. Or why should they work longer hours than if they work for a classic large company? And they have to, by the way. You know, so I often get emails on Saturday or Sunday, and it's not like my previous jobs in the big companies where they do it so the boss likes them. So they actually work on weekends, they work in the evening, and it is, I would say, it's normal. You know, kind of your private life becomes a bit your work life and vice versa. So what do you need to do in order to get them on board for a longer time and to really make them invest their times? Let me tell you something. There are 2 things. The first is they need to enjoy coming to work. So a nice office, nice goodies, fresh fruit, free gym center, and all that stuff. So we do all that. We're going to have a car plan next year, not finished yet. So they can have cars if they want to do that. So that's one element, yeah. So you do the classic things, probably a lot of startup companies do, or a lot of tech companies do. But there is another element which you can call money if you wish. You can call it integration if you like. Actually, I prefer integration. So we are going to give them shares. So we are freeing up initially 10% of the company in the first round, and another 10 next year. And our employees can get shares. Because after all, we want to make cash also. And I said to you before, we started the company with a couple of €100,000. We are now worth 4 times more. You know, so when we are estimated, or we have actually started to sell some shares, and we sell them at the price which equals about 4 times investment. So yes, you can actually make money, and you never really get rich by work. You know, let's be clear here. You all will have jobs, and jobs are always very good. but really being cashier will make the work, make it equity. So we want to give them a long-term investment plan. So this is what we do. We ramp up the stock plan, and everybody, including the young lady who is our administrative assistant, everybody can get shares. That's for us really, really important. We don't want to have people who don't want shares. Yeah. So we really want them to feel at home and to have the feeling to own a certain percentage or a certain share of the company. It's a luxury we can actually do. When you're really large, you can't do it anymore. Or you refuse to do it, or your CFO tells you not to do it. But we still can do that, and I think up to about 100 employees, we are going to stick to it. Later on, we need obviously to change, because we don't want to give away everything we have. That's down our office. I always pass them when I leave the office in the evening. It's next high rise, next to ours, and there is always light in the same office when I leave. So I thought this guy must be really busy. It's always the same window, which is illuminated at work. But yeah, it's you actually don't really have a kind of free personal life anymore. So this might come as a shock to many of you, but it's the reality. Somehow you're always at work. Somehow. Yeah. And especially when you have companies in different countries, we even have a time difference, not much, but between Bulgaria and West Europe at 1 hour. But you know what? Somehow even the phone rings on Sunday, and some customers call me on Sunday evening. And when I come here, I travel on Sundays and Saturdays, so it's like that. Yeah. I don't see it as a bad thing, to be honest. Yeah. So yeah, you work very long hours, but it's different. The work feels actually different. It doesn't feel so scary anymore that you say, I have to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning and go to work at 9 o'clock. It's really different. So your private life actually morphs into your work life. So there is no real difference anymore. Most of my friends, by the way, so I see changing. So most of my friends, they have somehow to do with the job, somehow. For the other ones, sadly enough, I don't have so much time anymore. So most of the guys I meet, it's in a way work-related. So we go for dinner, or we go for sports, or whatever we do, and at some point we talk business. But I don't see it as a bad thing. Honestly, it's actually great. When you go back a couple of 100 years, it's what people did, by the way. The private life and the business life, job, it was very, very closely connected. So that's a more recent innovation, which came with the Industrial Revolution, that you had these very clear distinctions between work life and private life, and that's why you have all these things in between, commute, shopping, etc., where you lose time actually. So for us, this is really different. Work is private and private is work, and it's okay, because at the end of the day, we did it by our own choosing. Nobody forced us, and isn't it the ultimate liberty to actually decide where you go? We could have done our company in Asia. We looked at it, by the way. We could have done it elsewhere. Nobody told us where to go. We said, yeah, we want to go there because it makes sense for the time being. And I remember a couple of years ago, I had a manager at Dell, a smart French guy, by the way. Smart, but also a very plain guy. A very smart, but very plain guy. Going to meet a lot of guys like that. And he said to me, you remind me of a crusader which is out in the battlefield with the sword. And he said it like it's a bad thing. Honestly, it never felt more fantastic than doing something like that. And what you want to be in your life, you want to be a character in an office sitcom, or you want to be a character in a fantasy movie. So if you want to do the fantasy movie stuff, go to startup. It's much more exciting. However, I can understand, if some of you want to work for a large company for 1, 2, 3 years, yeah, honestly, this can actually make sense. I did it, I learned a lot. They have their advantages, they have a lot of resources, you can learn stuff, you can meet people, and you can actually prepare for this year. But at the end of the day, let me tell you something like that. It's really more exciting, much better. So yeah, we are 18 months down the road, and our 5 years plan is having 250 employees and to be worth 250 million. So it's easy for me to remember 250. Don't ask me what you want to do after 5 years. When people tell you, we have this exact plan what you want to do in 5 years, it's rubbish. You don't know. So we'll figure it out when you get there. But still, you need to have some sort of idea and some sort of plan what you want to do. So for us, we want to have the employees by something like factor 10. By the rate we grow, yeah, we will manage that. We won our second large customer last week, so that's very good news for us. And I said before, typically our customers are small SMBs, so between 50 and 300. We have a couple of exceptions, so we have one spin-off of a large American computer company as our customer. They are the largest actually, so that's kind of an anomaly, but typically our customers are small. And now I actually can start the business coming. The beginning was really hard. Really hard until we could even write the first invoice. We spent so much money. It's not a good feeling. Every month you spend like 40, 50, 60, 70,000 euros, and you don't write invoices. That's not good. Yeah, it's not good. But at some point, you realize that it starts to work. So we are exactly in this period now where we really see that we start to have momentum, and that's actually fantastic. So yeah. 5 years, 250 employees, 250 millions. And I'm back here in 5 years, I'll let you know. So good, that's it. If you have questions, if you want to work for us, talk to me. We have an office in Lublin. And finishing this, so Misha is in Sweden today from the mayor's office, and Alex, I think he just arrived today from Sweden, so nobody of them is here. But we work on something which we call incubator services. So we have a project with a Swiss energy company, and they want to be like a kind of a mini Google, and they start to invest in startups. And we intend to have an office for incubator services in Lublin, and we start to work on the project. So I met a couple of guys now in Lublin. Yes, there's some companies, so I keep you posted here. If you want to work for us, talk to me. You will find me later on here, and we can exchange information. Other than that, talk to Mateusz. He has my name and stuff for LinkedIn. Or Facebook, whatever.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Maybe I will ask you some questions. Jakieś pytania może do naszego gościa? Warto zadawać je z nami.
I will answer
Yes?
all the questions except the difficult ones.
Okej, więc wszystkie mogą być pytania oprócz trudnych, więc zapraszamy.
I have just a pretty simple one. You said that the CV, I should stand up in CV, and if I don't have a picture on CV, you are just refusing it from them. If I'm on CV characteristic to the Viking, and I'm eating like skulls, it will be good for you because it's characteristic and I'm standing out.
Honestly, if you decide for whatever reason to wear a Viking helmet on the picture on CV, I think at least I will look at it.
Yeah.
This I guarantee you. This I guarantee.
Some blood on paper.
don't do too crazy things, because then the people think you're actually a psychopath, and that's probably not good, you know. But a Viking helmet is fine. Actually, I kind of like the idea, so go for it. Yeah.
I will try.
Expect your CV.
Anybody else?
Thank you for the nice story. I just wonder, when would you call your company a company, not a startup?
That's a very good question. You know, legally speaking, it's the moment you sign. But for me, it's actually when we start to make money. So we are actually a startup until December, and from December we are a company. You know. So yeah, you know, and that that's a good one. At the end of the day, it's not a hobby. So this is not a hobby. So we have a responsibility. We have employees. We have offices. We need to pay bills. We have companies and suppliers of computers and stuff like that. So we cannot say yeah. Sorry, we don't have money now. Maybe next year. So we have responsibility. Some of our employees, they have kids. So we cannot say yeah. So I think you're in for the money. So we want to be profitable. We want to make money. And because of this, I actually call it company once we make money. Once we are profitable, which is December. So yeah, you can call a startup for a couple of months. Somebody else? Yeah.
What exactly are keywords you focus while looking at CV?
It depends obviously on the job. But you know, the tricky thing is you guys, you are students, obviously. And we only now start to look at students which are fresh from university, because it might come as a sad truth to you, but if you ramp up a company, you cannot have people who have no work experience whatsoever. You cannot do that. And so everybody we have, they're quite senior, and some of the guys are actually very senior. However, I mean, we are still small, right? I mean, we are not a large company, we're still a small startup. And now we do that. So now we actually think about that, and now we say, what do we do to get talent from the universities? Because we have now a certain foundation, we have some guys who are experienced, so now we do exactly this. And to answer your question, I don't know. So yeah, it's actually a good one. If you know the answer, tell me. So for example, when we're looking for, we have now a thing called social media as a service, where we actually manage the social media infrastructure and the channels for our customers. So we thought, who has students? They want to study communications, PR, marketing, blah blah blah. And probably what we're going to do, we're going to have small information sessions at our office at the university to make connections. So maybe the advice I can give you, you know, at the end of the day, it is as always in life, forget paper. You know, forget paper, forget emails, talk to the companies, talk to the guys. It's always much better, especially if you want to work for a startup, if you give me a call and you tell me, look, I'm doing this, I'd like to do that, can we have a discussion? And actually for these guys, I always have time. And I hired a young lady, actually I rejected her CV. Actually the headhunter rejected it, and she harassed me on Facebook. So probably Natalia, she's watching, but she harassed me on Facebook for quite a long time. She wrote to me, why don't you hire me? And I said, it's a good question, you know. So I like that actually, you know. So maybe the advice is seek direct contact, because if you do that, automatically you will stand out from the crowd. So don't be passive and just send the CV, you know. Invest time and talk to the people personally. Because, you know, after all, it's like personal connections and personal interaction always beats paper, always beats paper. And when I have somebody in mind, I remember the face, I remember the person, I'm always more inclined to actually hire this person than the one I don't know. much. Thanks.
So I also have a question about CV. You said that CV should be, I would say that a little bit out of box, or not?
Yeah, yes. Not, I got a CV some months ago, and it was different, but not good. Yeah. So she actually, the lady, she applied for the job. She wanted to be a graphics designer, and you know, I use Photoshop and Illustrator almost every day. And I'm not an expert, but I know some stuff of it. And I said to myself, you know what, this is amateur style. And if you are different, and that's actually a tricky thing. If you are mainstream, you can use the standard template and stuff, and you will be never shocked, because at least it looks somehow professional, because you didn't do it yourself. But if you really do something on your own, yeah, you have the possibility to stand out from the crowd, but people will look at it more closely. So you need to deliver a higher quality. That is maybe the downside. But I think it's worth just think where you want to go, what kind of company, what kind of job you want to do, and you need to adjust your message. I think, yeah, that's probably the most important thing.
Yes, because I thought about when you apply for the job which is like CFO, or you want to be a developer, and then you will bring a CV like totally out of box. So it's not.
Yeah, you know, when I'm hiring a CFO, probably I don't want to see a guy wearing a Viking helmet, you know, because he actually pays he makes the finance planning and pays the bills. So it depends very much on the job you're looking for. But still go for the Viking helmet. I like the idea. Good. Yeah, come to see me later on for a coffee if you want to do that, or if you want a job, and then we'll see. Good.
Anybody else?
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for the speech. Okej, następna nasza prelekcja. Przed Wami wystąpi Jeff, który miał już wcześniej swoje wystąpienie, ale takie osobistości warto słuchać i być z nimi jak najczęściej, więc cieszymy się, że jesteście tutaj z nami. Jest pełna sala, no prawie pełna, ale to już można nazwać pełną. I kolejna prelekcja Jeffa. Jeff, are you ready, or maybe some... Just a second, okej. Dobra. No to no to jeśli ktoś wymyśli pytanie konkursowe, to możemy zagrać w konkurs. Ktoś odważny? Okej. Może jednak. To jest fajny, kreatywny czas teraz, bo wy możecie zadać pytanie do wszystkich. No, słucham.
Jest dosyć proste, ale była mowa o kilku liczbach, jeżeli chodzi o ARIE. Jakie to były liczby dotyczące ilości zatrudnianych osób oraz ilości income w ciągu 2 lat? Jaki to był plan? Czy ktoś wie? Oczywiście do wygrania koszulka, albo nawet może wejście do Let Me Out.
Super, już pomogę, ale chciałem też Ci w nagrodę, bo była za to nagroda. Proszę.
To było 250 osób zatrudnianych i 250 milionów w ciągu 5 lat income, tak mi się wydaje.
Nie w ciągu 5 lat.
W ciągu roku?
Przechodzimy tędy.
W ciągu 2 lat.
Ale myślę, że na koszulkę.
Tak, pół koszulki? Bez rękawu?
Bez logo.
Bez logo, okej, dobra. To zaraz pomogę wybrać rozmiar. Mamy MM, XXL i M. No mamy MM, XL, więc L nie mam. XL, okej. Jest LK? Okej, super, fajnie. Okej. Dobra. To jeszcze jedno może takie krótkie pytanie. Co właśnie na tych koszulkach jest? Jaki nasz bohater? To?
Jaki bohater?
Jak? Jeszcze raz?
To jest jak?
Jak?
Takie zwierzątko.
Jak to?
Ale jak to?
O, ale jak to? Okej, no tak to działa. Okej, super. Paluszek czy coś słodkiego?
Mogą być płatki te małe.
O, płatki. No powiem ci, abracadabra dzisiaj nie działa. Nie, niestety mam tylko płatki. Niestety, bo to bardzo smaczne. Tak? I jak było? O, to brawo. Dzielić się jest bardzo fajną rzeczą. To może, to jeśli kto by się chciał podzielić ze swoimi znajomymi paluszkami, bo to też jest super. Kolega był pierwszy. Widziałem, jak ważne było wygranie tych paluszków. Okej. To jeszcze jedną paczkę dam wam, bo widzę, że to zespół był, tak? Proszę. Okej. To już mamy. Jeff się instaluje, więc już za chwilkę. Proszę, może się wymienimy.
Halo.
Mamy.
Jeszcze takie jedno bardziej skomplikowane pytanie, które wymaga wiedzy. Jak wiemy, Aria w najbliższym czasie przenosi się do innego państwa ze swoją księgowością, ze wszystkim. Z jakiego do jakiego? Nie. Tak?
Ze Estonii do Bułgarii.
Jeszcze raz?
Ze Estonii. Z Estonii do Bułgarii?
Nie.
Do Szwecji.
Też nie. Druga destynacja jest dobra, aczkolwiek pierwsza... Nie. Po angielsku IT. Dalej. Zaczyna się na IT po angielsku. Ktoś się zgłosi? Nie dam wszystkim. A pan już...
To jeszcze raz. To przejdę. Dowiemy się. Ta chwila niepewności. Czy to ta odpowiedź, czy nie to. Okej.
Z Włoszech? Z Włoszech nie, ale Włochy bliżej. Okej.
IT, to nie, dalej.
Okej, koszuleczka.
Kicing! Okej, czy jeszcze masz jakieś pytania do naszych prelegentów? Do naszych obecnych tutaj? Okej, mamy nadzieję, że będziecie mieć wiele pytań do Jeffa, bo to jest dobry moment po prelekcji, aby zadać mu te pytania. Więc Jeff, would you start? Okay, great. Then it's yours.
Thank you. So I'd like to just kind of review. A year ago, I was here and showed a slideshow about electronic arts. I don't know how many of you saw that. I didn't want to repeat myself very much, but I wanted, for those of you who maybe didn't see it last year, there's some sort of interesting facts or stories about electronic arts I want to go through, and then I want to talk about what's what the future holds in Silicon Valley, what's happening right now that seems kind of futuristic. I was surprised to hear about some of these products and directions, and then I quoted. I'm going to show a kind of another series of slides from a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley that talks about what he sees as what's going to be important in the next 7.5 years. But for just to start off with electronic arts, I don't know how many of you. There's a myth that everything happens in a garage, gets started in a garage. That garage there is the Palo Alto garage of Hewlett Packard. I don't know how many of you know that, but that was where they started in Palo Alto, the Hewlett Packard Corporation. We actually started in the Portola Valley Ranch, which was the home of Trip Hawkins, a very nice house in the hills behind Stanford. And we never really were a garage-type company. Okay, so yeah, our first office building was a very nice Class A office building near the San Francisco airport, actually on Airport Boulevard in Burlingame. And we were funded originally because Tripp had been an early employee at Apple Computer when it was 2 years old. We got out of Tripp, and Bing and I were in the same business school class at Stanford, and we graduated in 1978. Apple was founded in 1976. So everybody in the business class took a job in the summertime, an internship between our first and second years. That was the summer of 1977. Tripp took an internship at Apple. I took an internship with a major food service company called Saga Corporation, and I did I did a survey of Canada of hospitals for their food service thing. That was kind of interesting, but Tripp went to Apple, and so when he graduated, he got a job at Apple. He was employee number 64, 57, something like that. And therefore he got a lot of stock in Apple in lieu of cash, a salary. He got a small salary, but mostly stock. Well, that was a small but growing medical instruments company, thinking that medical instruments was going to be a really booming business in the late 70s and into the 80s. And that was in Southern California. But I kept coming back to the Bay Area to visit friends, and saw Tripp at Apple, and he showed me VisiCalc on an Apple II. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of that product, but it was the first real spreadsheet on a home computer. It was later copied by Mitch Caper, who started Lotus. A lot of people think his name is pronounced Kapoor, but it's not, it's Caper. And he actually worked at VisiCorp, which is the company that created VisiCalc, and he left that to copy it and make Lotus. And then of course Excel copied that, and that's what everybody uses now, I think. But at any rate, Tripp was at Apple when it went public in 1980. And he had enough stock, and the stock did well enough. It was a huge public IPO in 1980 for Apple. So Tripp had, at age 26 in 1980, he had about $8 or $10 million worth of stock in Apple. So at that time, that was quite a bit. It's still plenty, but back then it was quite a bit more than it would sound today. And of course, there weren't billionaires being made created from startup companies back in the late 70s or early 80s anyway. At least not at that time. Even Microsoft wasn't. Bill Gates was not a billionaire at that time. But anyway, so Tripp, when at 1982 he left Apple, I realized after seeing the spreadsheet on the Apple II that I was in the wrong industry. I needed to get out of the medical instruments industry and get into the home computer industry, because that, to me, I saw just an amazing power that I hadn't seen in people, in an individual's hands. It was always an IBM 360 or some other kind of computer using punch cards and green screens and that kind of stuff. And so I realized, this was going to be, I thought, a great industry to be in. And so I left my job in Southern California with this medical instruments company and moved back up to the Bay Area and just started looking for a job in the computer industry. I was hired by Atari to handle, I was like the third employee at their international division for their microcomputers. They had two computers, a 400 and 800, and they were actually at that time the best that were on the market for a home. Because they had great graphics and great sound, had such separate chips for those things, whereas an Apple just did everything off of its CPU, one CPU. Atari had, with its experience in the video game industry, it had created kind of accessory type chips that would allow much better graphics, much better sound, color, all that stuff. So I took a job with them, and in 1982, Tripp called me and said he'd left Apple and wanted to start his own company. and invited me and our other business school classmate and 3 other people to his home for dinner to talk about what kind of company we might want to start. And he had the money at that time to give us to fund us as for a seed round, and therefore we never really had to work out of a garage. We got office space. And at the first dinner, this is so bizarre. Let me see what's going on here. No, I don't think so. There must. No, it's skipping slides for some reason. It's not. All right. Anyway, the first dinner. I'll go on with this. This is this picture. At the first dinner, there were 6 of us, and I was telling some people last night about this, and they were shocked that not any of the 6 of us who started the company were engineers or knew how to code anything. Tripp had been a Harvard undergraduate, and he had written his own major, which is what everybody at Harvard has to do, and his was in strategic gaming, but it was strategy gaming. And but he didn't code anything. He had in high school developed a board game for fantasy football or something like that, and he just wanted to get into that a little bit more, strategy gaming stuff. And Bing was an undergraduate, and then Tripp came to business school at Stanford. Bing was a Yale undergraduate, and he was an English major. And so then he came to the business school after Yale, and after the business school he went into the advertising industry. So he was at a big advertising agency in San Francisco as an executive in 1982 when Tripp invited us to his house to dinner. Rich Melman was one of the others, and he was actually 10 years older than we were and had gone to UC Berkeley and graduated in physics, but he didn't know anything about coding either. He had worked for a PR agency, and he had been the vice president of Visicorp, as a matter of fact. And then Dave Evans was a mechanical engineer. He was the only one with a sciencey, an engineering kind of degree, but he didn't code. He was mechanical engineers don't necessarily know how to code, back then especially. And then we had Pat Marriott, and I don't remember what she was an undergraduate in, but at any rate, none of us knew how to code anything. And we didn't have any experience in starting companies. So it was very unusual that within 4 months, we got together in August of '82. Within 4 months, we wrote a business plan, presented it to Sequoia Capital, Kleiner Perkins, Caulfield and Byers, and Seven Rosen. Those were 3 of the top venture firms at the time in Silicon Valley, and we wanted, actually we had 5 that we presented to, and they wanted to invest, but we only wanted 3, so we chose the top 3, and they invested $5 million in Electronic Arts. So that got us started and allowed us to move into this, our second building, which was in San Mateo. And then we promised, because we had nothing when we started, we didn't have any products, we just had ideas. And that's very unusual even then. But because of our backgrounds and experience, the venture capitalists were willing to take a bet on the fact that we could produce what we said we could, and we said we would be able to release at least 6 products, games, in 6 months if they funded us. So they funded us in November, and by May we had 7 products that we released to the market. And they were excellent at the time, given the power of the computers that we were dealing with. And one of the most unusual things that distinguished Electronic Arts to begin with was the packaging, because we had some fairly, at the time, fancy package. It looked like a record album. We had liner notes inside these packages that were interviews with the artists. We wanted to turn programmers who, for instance, at Atari, when I had been there, the programmers didn't get their name on the package. They didn't own any of the rights. They didn't get any royalties. They daytime employees. But it was their skill set and ability that made Atari successful. And so, as a publisher that we wanted to be in with Electronic Arts, we wanted to promote the artist, the programmer, so that they could build a fan base. And as they created more products, we figured there'd be people that liked the products and would continue to buy because they were the creators of the products. That worked for a little while and certainly made a big impact on the industry, but at the end of the day, after a few years, when we started out, the artists were individuals or maybe 2 or 3 people that worked together in their own garages, and after a few years, the hardware got so complicated, and you needed to have such better graphics and content and production values that we ended up having to bring in-house, or actually we hired a bunch of specialists in various areas to assist with the production, creation of these products. And finally, we ended up having to just buy the company that was that these individuals had created and bring them all in-house because they couldn't keep up with the technology fast enough, and we had to provide it for them. So we became a creator, a developer of software as well at the end. And the software that Electronic Arts did was, cost millions of dollars for one product. Took years to build. It was more like making a movie than it was a video game. And that's still the state of affairs at Electronic Arts, except of course with the different market for games these days, which are all mobile and stuff. EA kind of missed the whole internet thing because our product was so complicated and big that we couldn't download them via the internet, at least at the earlier time in the internet when the speeds were so slow. And so we had to acquire companies that already had video games on handhelds. And so today, let me see if I can come up. Okay, so yeah, this is the final campus that Electronic Arts bought and built in about 2002 or something like that. So it's about a 3-building campus. I think there's 2,000 people that work there, and nope. Sorry, I don't know why my slides aren't working right. But anyway, today Electronic Arts has about 8,500 employees. Its revenues are, I just looked it up, is $4.4 billion last year. They're on a fiscal year, so the last year that they reported was the fiscal year 2015. And the market cap as of today on the stock market was $24.5 billion. So it's a big corporation. It's very successful. At the same time that we were started, Adobe Systems was founded in 1982, and so was Sun Microsystems. A few months ago, I was having dinner at the German consulate's home in San Francisco, and also at that dinner was Andy Bechtolsheim, who was one of the founders of Sun. And he is German, but he lives in Atherton and went to Stanford. And we were talking about the start of our companies, because we started right about in the same in August of '82. And in fact, we fought over the CTO. We had hired, we were both going after this one guy who was an employee of the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center, Xerox Park in Palo Alto. Brilliant guy, his name is Tim Mott. And he had the choice of joining Sun as their CTO or Electronic Arts as our CTO. And we won him over, but Sun outperformed us so fabulously earlier on, and so Tim was kind of pissed off for a long time because he didn't join Sun. Although, as Andy said, I was telling Andy this, Andy said, well, but the point is, Electronic Arts still exists. and Sun doesn't. That he really felt like that we had accomplished a much better, we'd made a much better accomplishment with Electronic Arts than he did with Sun, because we were still in existence 35 years later, and Sun wasn't. So anyway, it was the company is doing very well. It's still very well run, and I don't know where it's going to go exactly. I don't know where games are heading, but half of their revenues now more than half of their revenues come from the international markets, which is, I was in charge of international business for our first 7 years until we went public, and then I left. And of the worldwide revenues, half of those come from online gaming. Mobile gaming stuff. So they've made some bit of a transition, but still, I don't know where things are heading with the game industry. Before I start this again, sorry. There's a series of about 3 clips that I wanted to show, and I showed them last year here, but I think that if you have any interest in what we were thinking in 1982 when we started Electronic Arts, these clips were made then and expressed some things that were our sort of mission or our sort of vision that we had back then, which we were able to realize. And this first clip is Trip talking about what it takes to be a startup entrepreneur. And the reason I'm showing it is because it's still valid 30-something years later. When I deal with startup people, entrepreneurs, founders in the Bay Area, the attitude that Trip expresses here 35 years ago is the same attitude that founders have today.
In order for us to do what we're trying to do, we have to be obsessed, and we have to be a little bit arrogant, and we have to be a little bit cocky about having a sense of possibilities that are open to us that aren't open to others because of our convictions. And if we didn't feel that way, if we didn't even have a little bit of a sense of not knowing what we don't know, if we were too conscious of the pitfalls, if we were too conscious of the obstacles, we might lose our conviction. And we really do have the sense of really being obsessed with it and really believing that we know how to do it better than everybody else. And that may seem arrogant, but if we didn't feel that way, we wouldn't be able to pull it off. And it's because we feel that way that we're going to.
Okay, so his mention of being arrogant is something that that Americans are accused of a lot of times, and a lot of times it's true, but at the same time you have to have this enormous amount of confidence in yourself, because so many people will tell you you'll fail. So that's the attitude that if you can accomplish what you say you can, it's not arrogance, it's just stating facts. and so that's what I hear from founders today. They feel like they have something that nobody else knows how to do, or at least nobody can do it as well as they can. They've got that kind of confidence, and so it's relevant even today from 30 years ago. And I'll go through these clips fairly quickly, just because they are expressions of kind of what we were thinking about when we started.
Possible for a computer to provide a world where the rules are open-ended, where if you're flying around a planet and decide to take off toward that star, you can. We can evoke in people a sense of, wonder, curiosity, intrigue, maybe a little smile for a grandson who learned how to do something on a grandfather's machine. I'd like to write some software that interacts with you in a way that's really close to the way a person would interact with you. You may become attached to some of the software characters, and you may develop emotional feelings about some of the personalities in the software. That's why I've been mentioning the idea of a software friend. And that sort of should be built into a computer, but it can be built into a program too.
A lot of good designs just cause you to smile. You look at it
and you want to smile.
You have to put into context the fact that in 1982, the ARPANET, I think, existed, but nobody in the general public was thinking about internet anything. We didn't even have email in 1982. So the idea that there might be a software friend that you could put into either hardware or software was kind of fantasy at the time. But that was Bill Budge that said that, a software friend. And he had been working at Apple before he developed his first game, which was Pinball Construction Set. It was one of our first products. Bill is still around. He's now at Google. He still works, even though he doesn't have to, but he does because he loves it. So to me, it's always interesting to hear talking. It's hard to put into context from 1982 that people were talking about a software friend. And emotional attachment. We were trying to get people emotionally attached to a computer at the time. In 1982, home computers, all computers, were really seen as just super fast calculating machines, productivity enhancements. But we were trying to make people feel something about their experience with the computer and give them experiences that they couldn't otherwise have. It's too bad that we didn't have virtual reality to deal with at that time. But of course we were handicapped by the ability of the software capability and the hardware capability. But now that's all kind of opening up, and I think that it's now a given that you have some emotional attachment to that the whole social networking issue is a way of relating to a computer, and even if it's in your hand now, because of course smartphones are certainly more powerful than any of the home computers back then were. It's that emotional tie that is what we were trying to create and what is now just sort of assumed.
We're at the start of things, and it's just settling down. How this business is really going to be run and organized is, I think Electronic Arts is going to be one of the leaders because of the professionalism of the people that are planning the organization and doing a lot of thinking about the structure of the artist relative to the producer inside the company, relative to the production and distribution aspects all being, integrated into one package. It's more or less where the thinking's got to be. It used to be just a guy in his garage can start selling. And that's still true today to some extent. But it doesn't go very far. And Budge could tell you, you can try that and you get your family involved in working on it. But in the end, you really need to understand how to market the product as well as develop it.
So I think the most relevant thing that Steve just said, he was an investor and a board member, was that, and it's something that a lot of times people miss when they're starting companies and they're engineers, they don't value highly enough the marketing ability that is required for any product to be a success. A lot of engineers have always kind of felt like, well, if I build the best product that I know how to build, people will come running to it. Well, that doesn't happen. You have to push it. You have to have marketing. And I think that's something that a lot of times startup companies miss. Founders kind of forget or put off or something. They always need to have a sense of marketing or somebody on their team that can play that role.
Parents want products that have educational value, but products that their children are going to want to use. Kids that are interested in computing, they want products that are fantastically entertaining and exciting and compelling. And that's really the major part of the market.
We're focusing on younger people, and education is the most important thing in their lives. And entertainment is the most interesting thing, and it's usually divergent from education. All of a sudden with computers, we've got technology marrying the two together in a way that might be very productive.
All right, so of all the things that we set out in 1982 to accomplish, I'd say the primary one that we failed to accomplish ever, was breaking into education with games. We thought that educational games would be a fantastic category, edutainment. There are a lot of reasons for that, but I think that primarily it was that schools just could not have computers for every student. Now that the iPad exists and other kinds of pads, I know of I have an old friend from the Netherlands. We've known each other for 37 years, and he just started 3 years ago, a pre-K to 6th grade school within, or sort of a separated but still part of the public school system, where every student in the classes gets an iPad, and the entire curriculum for the first 6 years of their education is developed out of iPad apps, from within iPad apps. And so they are, because there's students these days at age 4 or 3 are playing with smartphones and iPads, and you can create a really vibrant curriculum for teaching students up through the 6th grade, and it's the students love it. I mean, I've been to one of the schools in Amsterdam that he has 200 schools now, public schools that are funding this. And I went to one of the schools, and they don't have ordinary classrooms with desks and that kind of stuff. They just have kind of lounge areas in different rooms that are sort of designated as sort of maybe a history room or maybe a science room, math room. And the students are just sitting around on sofas, talking together, going through exercises on their iPads together. I remember there was a 4-year-old, if you can believe this, a 4-year-old kid, pre-K, who was it was a genius in math, probably a savant, I don't know, but he had some 6, 7, 5-year-olds gathered around him. He was teaching them math on his iPad. They were all looking at the same kind of exercise in the math series that they had on in their apps. But he was instructing them, and it was just amazing to me to see how intent the 7-year-olds were listening to this 4-year-old explain math problems. The teachers were delighted to be there. They didn't have any behavior problems. It was quiet in the school because students were so involved and engaged in what they were doing. I think that the time has come for education to catch up, finally. It has taken years and years, and Electronic Arts was never able to do it. But the games that are available on the iPad, there's thousands of them, and you can create a great curriculum for active learning for students and self-learning. They learn by themselves at home, and in conjunction with the teachers. Are no longer teachers, they're just sort of coaches. And that's kind of cool. Okay, so I'm going to go through a bunch of slides that talks about what I think, based on the evidence, is what can happen and what is happening right now. Already, there's a lot of these MEMS that are out there, and there's going to be trillions more produced, and that they are microelectromechanical systems. That's too technical for me, but there are little sensors. There's there's a guy who's Polish that started 11 companies. He's on his 11th company, lives in my area of Berkeley, he has, his companies have done the microsensors that go into, cell phones for the directional capability of a cell phone. I forget what that's called. A gyroscope sensor. Some of the other sensors that are in phones, he's done like 4 or 5 of them. He's now working, his 11th company is working on an iPad-sized device that will be able to use, what's the name of the process when you are a pregnant one to see the embryo? That doesn't sound familiar to me. What is the English term for that? Anyway, it's non-invasive and it's like an X-ray, but it's not. It's is it sound wave, something like that? All right. Anyway, right now they're fairly expensive machines that you have to go to in a clinical setting to be able to do that. He's making having the ability of an iPad-sized thing that you can hold in front of any part of your body, and it will show joints and your embryo, I guess. But anyway, so that's his next product, is miniaturizing. He loves to do miniatures things, and that's why he's done all these sensors. Well, they're in existence right now, doing in products and doing things that I had no idea until a couple of years ago that existed. Of course, everybody knows about the mobile devices and what you can add to them, what are already part of them that weren't as little as 7-8 years ago. And of course, the fitness bands, those are all sensors that are inside those too. These are MEMS that are part of that. And so you've got all the wearables that you can use. I'm sorry that it's so blurred, but you kind of know about wearables, wristbands, and that track your heart rate and all of that kind of stuff. The big data that's resulting from that, like this was, you can't read it, sorry. The Jawbone users during the 2014 earthquake in Napa Valley, it shows how close to the epicenter of the earthquake, the Jawbone people that had their jawbones on as they slept. I guess they tracked themselves 24 hours. But you can see the spike in the people that lived in Napa versus the ones that lived in Sacramento, which was right here, and then in San Francisco, that was the spike so that people in their bodies were activated, if you will, by the earthquake, and it shows the distances and the amount of people, the distance from the epicenter, and the number of people that were physically affected by the earthquake. That's an example of some of the big data issues that you can solve. They have wearable tattooed sensors now, using all sorts of medical information gathering. Washable t-shirts that can read a patient's heart rate, blood pressure, and cardiac irregularities. I didn't know that existed, but it does today. Polo's announced its t-shirts that track all of your athletic needs of your body's activity. I wasn't aware of that. Wearable smart shoes, Nike is working on those so that you can have 8 sensors that measure your jump, the height of your jump speed, performance, all of that kind of stuff. I haven't seen those on the market yet, but they do exist. This one I show because it's it's an example of this was a product made and still exists by students at UC Berkeley. When I was the executive director of the accelerator there, they were trying to get funded. That was a woman that had graduated from Berkeley, and she'd gone into this sex toy business. And then she had this idea that she should get some of the machine learning specialists in the engineering department to help develop this product for her, which she did. So she sells a vibrator that that learns what the user likes. And I remember when she was trying to get funding first, nobody would touch it. No venture capitalists touch it. Now, as a matter of fact, she did get funding, and they're on a nice growth path for a sex toy. But it's machine learning. I think maybe that was the piece that people had never tried to really consider before. Of course, the equipment, sports equipment, have sensors in them too, so you can measure not just your body's reaction to sports, but the actual equipment, the piece of equipment, how it's moving, what it's doing. Of course, they have sensors for bicycles, and calculate your pedaling power within 2% accuracy. I consider this kind of stuff kind of useless, but this is another interesting one. In Japan, they have brainwave-driven ears that express your emotional state before you even start talking. So, it's, in Japan, I was told. I mean, I've lived in Japan, but I was married. I was not on the in the social scene at all. But women in Japan have a hard time expressing themselves. So these ears will indicate whether or not she's interested in talking to you if you meet her in a club or something like that. And then they've also got this, which is a tail that will display your mood. It's kind of silly, but very interesting. Of course, there's brain sensor things that are going on right now that can track your thoughts and feelings and emotional states. That's still pretty early, but they've got the sensors to do that. Intelligent pills are something that's coming on now. You just swallow a pill and it starts tracking all sorts of data inside your body because they're small. The sensors are small enough for you to swallow. Infrared vision for phone. I didn't know that those existed yet either. I mean, they're not widespread, but yeah, I think it's an interesting development for the future. Okay. I want to switch to the file that the Onset Ventures venture capitalist wanted to share some of his examples. Let me see here. Where is full screen? Here we go. Sorry. There you go. Okay, so. In his set of slides about a month ago, he was talking about what's going to be big 7.5 years from now. And he had these sort of fantastical examples of robots, jetpacks, and flying cars. But, rats. Let me see here. Yeah, this is going backwards. Let's see. Well, can I go start at the end? Sorry. Because I didn't get them in the right order. So if I go here. Yeah, sure.
Więc dla publiczności, dla Was będzie kilka pytań związanych z poprzednią prezentacją Jeffa. Więc pytanie i czekamy. Ile tytułów było na początku, kiedy Electronic Arts został założony? Jest pytanie, jest zgłoszenie. Nie? Ale odpowiedź już była. Wiem, ile leci. 7, dobra. Okay.
Are we handing out prizes?
No, only one question, so...
Do I get that?
Oh. Rats. Okay, so one of the things that this partner at Onset Ventures was saying is that in 7.5 years, the 4 things that'll be huge is data. It's data. That's going to be the 3rd platform. And I don't remember exactly what a zettabyte is, but it's a huge amount of data. And right now, we've got in the world, I think, exists about 4.4 zettabytes stored of data. And by 2020, the useful amount of data is going to be about fewer than 16 zettabytes. Is that more? And then, but the total amount of data and this includes all the uploads to YouTube and elsewhere, there'll be 44 zettabytes of data available for analysis. And he posed the question of what's the one thing that all of these things have in common? Wearables, sharing economy, automobiles, cybersecurity, IoT, 3D printing, healthcare. It's every one of them is data driven, and so it's just amazing how much our world is turning into being totally dependent, or maybe not dependent, but totally engaged with data at all times. It's deconstructing every legacy business, disrupting banking industry, for instance. It used to be that you'd have these huge banks that did everything, and some small regional banks, but now the huge banks are getting eaten by all the little guys that are doing other things, the payment processing and the online banking capabilities. The data is driving the banking industry, and the banks aren't keeping up with it, as a matter of fact. Here's an example he gave for the fact that all data is credit data. They've been able to analyze, Zestcash was able to analyze that if you type your name in all caps on a loan application, you are a greater credit risk. Now, who'd have thought of that? I mean, I didn't realize that they've gone through tons of data of applicants and how they fill out the forms and all of that stuff, and come up with the fact that people who use standard uppercase and lowercase for their names are much less of a risk for credit applications. Woolworths, by correlating data that they've collected from their customers, shows that customers who drink a lot of milk and eat a lot of red meat are a lower automobile insurance risk, and those that drink spirits, alcohol, eat lots of pasta and rice, and buy gasoline at night are a much higher insurance risk. Of course, the Square and mobile point of sale transactions, are they really transaction systems, or are they data business? They can be certainly used for both, and the data is going to be much more important than the transactions. He's making the point that the biggest, most expensive computer you'll ever own or loan or lease is your automobile, because it is completely tracked. Everything in it, all of your motion, all your locations, the way you drive is totally tracked. And then the question hasn't been answered yet: who's going to control it? Is it going to be Google or Ford? Google has some very powerful. There are arguments to be made that Google will be in the control of cars, our cars, all of our cars. I don't know if Ford's going to be able to keep up with that or not, or the other automobile companies. It's, as he says, it's whoever has the better software and data science team. So, thinking about the insurance industry and what's disrupting it, if anybody knows, certainly if an insurance company knows how you drive, brake, turn, what your tire pressure is, the brake wear, engine maintenance, the time of day and weather, it determines what your risk is for insurance companies in a much more accurate way than they can do it now. So why wouldn't they use that data in setting automobile insurance rates based on what kind of driver you are and what conditions you drive in? Same thing goes for the home industry, because of course you've got every healthcare product, or every aspect of our healthcare is part of this whole growing mass of data, and it's going to be, it doesn't need to be, but it's going to be analyzed. So data scientists are really the leaders these days in major corporations. So the tricorder, it's sort of a combination of a number of things that we have now. We don't have a tricorder, but at some point, it's not going to be unthinkable that we could. So it is deconstructing every legacy business. And what's interesting too is this Napoleon's quote that war is 90% information. That's the way big business is looking at all this data. So the next industrial revolution will involve the ability to analyze and predict, based on data, all sorts of things. I can give one example of a power company in Canada that has put thousands of sensors, hundreds of thousands of sensors, on thousands of miles of their telephone poles across, I think it's Alberta, one of the, not states, anyway, with regions. And for 4 years they've been measuring collecting the data on every instant of change in every aspect of weather: temperature, sunshine, rain, snow, all along these thousands of miles of telephone poles at every instant through the sensors they put on the poles. Well, now they can predict with something like 90+ accuracy the weather that's going to occur 2 weeks in advance of any point in time, because they now can use all this data they've collected to be predictive, and it's extremely accurate. So that's what everybody's trying to get to, is how to predict future occurrences. It's either behavior by us, because we're very predictable, even if we don't want to be, or by what would seem random, which is weather. But it turns out if you have enough data, you can very, very accurately predict what's going to happen with weather in a way that would profoundly change the way we live. So, it is clear to me that, let's back to the beginning, that the future is going to be heavily influenced by who knows how to who collects the data, and then who knows how to analyze the data that's collected in every aspect of our lives. It involves artificial intelligence as well. I won't get into the whole set of arguments about artificial intelligence, which are raging right now, but it's fascinating to think of the fact that certainly 30 years ago when we were at Electronic Arts, we weren't thinking about big data analysis, and yet that is where things are heading now, and it'll be wild to see how it all ends up. But anyway, I wanted to share some of the thoughts of the future with all of you guys, because it won't affect my life that much, but it certainly will affect yours, and it might make a difference in what you choose to do in your career and in the future. So thanks for listening. Nice to visit with all of you, and I'm really privileged to be here. I'm glad I appreciate being invited and being able to talk to you guys.
Czy ktoś ma jakieś pytania? Mogą być po polsku, nie problem, przetłumaczymy. Okej.
Hi, I've been thinking, what did you thought the first time you heard that Electronic Arts received the worst company in the USA award for the few years, year after year?
Yeah, I had already left the company when that occurred. I think that was in wasn't it 2000s? Wasn't it fairly, within the last 10 years? Yeah. I've actually, I go back there periodically because I get people that are, dignitaries that want to see Electronic Arts and want a tour of Electronic Arts. They don't do tours at Electronic Arts, but because I'm still friends with the chairman of the board, I can always get somebody to give us a tour of Electronic Arts. And when I go there, I engage with the people that are employees that are doing the tour. Sometimes I'll randomly talk to some of the people that are walking around, and I've asked about that because people do ask me about that, and they all say, that was some disgruntled. It was a class action suit by disgruntled spouses of people who worked at Electronic Arts because they felt like Electronic Arts was forcing their spouse to work too many hours. And so they sued the company, and that got its reputation for being the worst place to, they claimed, in the lawsuit, the spouses claimed that it was absolutely the worst place on earth to work because you were forced to, perform slave labor or something. I don't know. So, and what I got from my own kind of investigations of people that are working there now, they don't feel like it's a bad place to work at all. In fact, they love it. They still feel really, really good about it. And in response to the lawsuit, I'm sure Electronic Arts, I don't remember, but I'm sure they settled it. And they made some distinct policy changes so that they would be less likely to face a class action lawsuit again. But it came into the news, it made some big deal, but it wasn't really anything that ever bothered me. I never worried about the company at all because I knew the people that were running it, and they were especially wonderful. One of the things that Electronic Arts did that I always respected, and this is from Larry Probst, who we hired in our third year as Vice President of Sales. He ended up being CEO and Chairman of the board. But at one time he had the opportunity to buy, I can't remember the name of the company, but their main title was Grand Theft Auto. Who? Rockstar, that's right, sorry. And that single title was worth billions of dollars, produced billions of dollars of revenue a year. So here is Electronic Arts with $3-4 billion worth of revenue, and they could have bought Grand Theft Auto, which would have added a couple of $1 billion in revenue, which is a huge deal for the valuation of the company and all that stuff. Larry decided that he wasn't going to, he walked away from that negotiation just because he didn't feel like Electronic Arts, that Grand Theft Auto was the kind of product that EA wanted to have in its catalog. It was just too gratuitously violent and horrible, and he didn't want EA to have it. And I really respected that because it cost, or the opportunity cost was billions of dollars, and he just refused to do it. So there was always a lot of ethical considerations inside Electronic Arts, and so I had to take the lawsuit issue with a grain of salt, especially when I asked about it inside, and they certainly addressed it, and it wasn't as big a deal as the news media made it.
Nagradzamy ciekawość. Ktoś jeszcze? Jest pytanie.
Thanks for a very nice lecture. My name is Eva. I was wondering,
just before your talk, the guys were saying that, and this is our usual thinking, in order to establish a company, you need a CEO, so a business person, and a CTO, so a technical person, and sometimes a finance person. And the way you started EA was completely different. So do you think that nowadays it would still be possible for a group of, let's say, senior managers or executives who have no technical knowledge to establish a technology startup and be successful?
Okay, I will let me moderate a little bit what actually happened, which was, the 6 of us that started a company. None of us was a financial wizard. We didn't have a CFO. We didn't have a CTO. But within the first couple of months, we brought on people. Like I said, Tim Mott from Xerox PARC was our CTO, and he's brilliant and had a huge reputation in the Bay Area. So within a month, we brought him on. So it wasn't like we went very far without the technical guy. And then maybe the next month or so, we hired a CFO, a former guy at Atari that I knew. So we didn't spend much time without those elements, and I think those are crucial as you move along. We had enough, because of 4 of the 6 of us had MBAs, we had enough skill or knowledge to be able to get through financial, creating financial statements and that kind of stuff for plan, because our business plan back then was 100 pages. You don't do business plans anymore, but we did in '82, and it was required, and we could handle all the financial aspects of things just from our training and learning in business school and being executives at companies. But somebody with the specialty of that, we brought on board right away, and I think that it wouldn't, well, the only people I know nowadays that get funded by venture capitalists who maybe don't have anything more than an idea are people who have a track record, who have maybe created 1 or 2 or 3 other companies that were tremendously successful. VCs will take it as that their confidence level is high enough so that if you can show that you have a track record that you've done this before and been very successful with it, they'll fund you again, or they'll fund you without any kind of worry that you're not going to know how to hire the right people at the right time and handle the creation of a business because you've done it before. So those kinds of people do get funded. But somebody who's never started a company before, no way. They'd have to have traction and a team and a great plan and some product in the market that's already gotten some traction and some proof of concept and proof of marketability and that kind of stuff. It's much more. There's thousands. VCs now see at least 200 proposals a week, and so they're just swamped with proposals. And so they better be. To stand out, they need to either have somebody who has a stellar reputation, like Andy Bechtolsheim, for instance, that created Sun. He did 3 more startups. He didn't have any problem getting funding for those startups. It was just, you know the venture capitalists if you've been in a successful company, because they've seen you work, they've been with you the whole time, and you've made them, in our case, billions of dollars. So they figure, if I put in a couple of $1 million into a seed fund for Trip's done 4 companies, and he didn't use his money. He got investors to back him because they knew he had a track record. So it's a little bit more complex than I maybe made it sound. It's still very hard for people that haven't been there and done it to raise money. It's very difficult because there's so much competition now too. We didn't have that in '82. There were maybe hundreds of companies every month, but not every week. Did that answer the question for you?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Więc dziękujemy Jeffowi i przekazuję mikrofon.
Dziękuję, wielkie brawa. Okej, więc mam kilka takich informacji. Teraz będziemy mieć przerwę lunchową, czyli najdłuższą przerwę. Chwileczkę. Sekundkę. Oprócz lunchu dostępne będą też Red Bulle. Przyjadą do nas dziewczyny właśnie z puszkami Red Bulla, więc też będą dla was dostępne. Tak, okejka. No, super. Widzę, że Red Bull ma w sobie taką nazwę, że od razu oczy stają, nie? Dęba. Okej, co jest bardzo ważne. Po lunchu zapraszamy was na Startup Contest. Będą walczyć między sobą startupy, czyli w sensie spróbować swoich sił na scenie, żeby przekonać do siebie jak najlepiej fundusze, żeby zainwestowały w ich pomysły. Zapraszam was na to, żebyście zobaczyli jak startupy chcą sobą zainteresować fundusze, bo może za jakiś czas wy będziecie tutaj na tej scenie i prezentować swój startup, do czego gorąco was zachęcam. Oprócz tego będą jeszcze nagrody, a w tym telefon Nokia, smartfon Nokia Lumia, także tak, więc zapraszam do tego. A teraz zapraszam na przerwę. Dzięki za czas i do zobaczenia.
Cut off your nose to spy your face. Slowly send your palms away. Draw fire, crawl out and seek the shade. Slowly send your palms away. A fine line will set you on palms. Monday, swallowing down, sing me a song. Shoot the breeze, shake my hand across the fire. I call you stand, sing me a song.
snows fall 100 feet deep. Fear is for the long night, when the sun hides for years, and children are born and live and die, all in darkness. That is the time for fear, my little lord, when the white walkers made pilgrimage. Thousands of years ago, there came a night that lasted a generation. Kings froze to death in their castles, same as the shepherds in the hills. And women smothered their babies rather than see them starve, and wept and felt the tears freeze on their cheeks. In that darkness, the white walkers came for the first time. They swept through cities and kingdoms, riding their dead horses, hunting with their packs of pale spiders, big as owls. So is this the sort of story that you like?
The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business. The world is a business.
There's just punishment.
What did I say? What were my words, dear?
There's just punishment. What they've done. Make them die.
Tales of dawn, what's that flower you have on? Could it be a faded rose from days gone by? And did I hear you say he was meeting you here today to take you to his mansion in the sky? Tales of dawn, tales of dawn. And did I hear you say he was meeting you here today to take you to his mansion in the sky? to his mansion in the sky.